Good evening and welcome back to WillBrattonWx. We're getting right into things tonight because we do have tornado warnings active on the map. It's going to include 3 different tornado warning cells, 4 tornado warning polygons on the map. I don't know if we've had any confirmed tornadoes yet this evening as I've just gotten home, but we do have a strong rotation going on out here in northern Minnesota in multiple different areas. We also have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for North Dakota, just east of Bismarck, south of Jamestown. That one's going to include Lemoore, Logan, and Stutzman counties. And then our tornado warnings are going to be including Pennington, Polk, Marshall, Itasca, Koochiching, and Red Lake counties out in Minnesota. So we're just jumping right into things as quickly as possible today because there is quite a bit going on. And unfortunately, tonight in northern Minnesota, we are looking at a large radar hole. So it's going to be very difficult to actually get confirmation on whether or not we do have tornadoes at any moment. But we're going to have to just continue to kind of sit here and pay close attention to it. We did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. That's just showing up on your screen right here for areas like Black Duck and Shooks. That's going to include Beltrami County in Minnesota. And that one is tagged for golf ball sized hail. Looking at our echo tops, you can see some very, very strong towering storms out here. Some of these oranges getting into the mix where these storms are reaching above 50,000 feet into the air. See a lot of familiar faces in the chat. I see Patrick, Nancy, Logan, Liam. I see Cylindrop. We got Dylan. We got Juan out there. Got all sorts of people in the chat. I hope everyone is doing okay and nobody is in the path of these storms. It does look like, I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at with this tornado warning. Let me see if I can get a couple frames back. So we did actually have a confirmed tornado not long ago, and that was just near Middle River, where the rotation was not particularly strong, but it looks like we were looking at, let's see, what confirmed this? A confirmed tornado. Weather Spotters confirmed that one. So at some point there was a confirmed tornado about like maybe 20 minutes ago or something like that, 10 minutes ago. It really wasn't that long ago. So this cell here doesn't look the strongest of them by any stretch, but did produce a tornado not long ago. Cubs are losing. That's music to my ears. We did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning put in place. I'll have that in just a minute for you. Looks like we have another cell trying to get going here. This could be one to watch, as there is just a little bit of rotation in there. Yeah, just a little bit in there. Possibly the first, like, ever so slight little touch of a 3-body scatter hail spike starting to show up here. Get my pen tool out. Watching from Live Oak, Florida. That's awesome. Kind of wish I was in Florida right now. So possibly just the slightest resemblance of a hail spike here that's starting to show up. It's really, really insignificant here. But maybe a little bit of hail in there. Wouldn't shock me given the DBZs around that storm. We are still looking at really a couple of areas of rotation within this cell, which has been recycling. It looks like we're undergoing a little bit of a split here, where a tornado really could be possible in multiple different places, but especially down here where you have a little bit of a low precip hook, and you can see that second mesocyclone there is quite strong and it's mostly anticyclonic. So a little bit of a left split, which makes sense with the photographs that were forecast this morning anyway. Of course, I haven't looked at anything in a little while. I had some family dinner plans, so we were not able to go live until now. But I am going to be here for the rest of the evening, take us through everything going on tonight. Is that trip to Scotland still happening? Yes, I am going, not moving. I'm going to Scotland on the 28th, so this coming Tuesday. And then I will be out of town for about like not even a week. I get back on August 3rd, and then I have to drive immediately after that on August 4th down to Starkville to move into my new apartment so I can start my thesis down there in Starkville, Mississippi at Mississippi State University. And from there, it'll take me a couple days to get settled in. And then we'll be back in broadcasting possibly by the 6th of August, maybe the 7th. Maybe even the 8th. It just kind of depends how things trend. And that is, let's see, sometime between, Thursday the 6th or Saturday the 8th. Sometime in there, we'll probably be back and ready to broadcast and make forecast videos again. But there will be at least some period where I'm out of town. Or where I'm in town, or I'm back in town, but unable to make videos, I should say. And unable to broadcast. But that will not last long. What's my thesis about? Currently, the plan is to take a look at fail modes. There's not a ton of literature that's on what stops severe weather events from happening. There's a lot of literature that talks about the things that can lead to severe weather events. But sometimes all the ingredients seem like they're there and nothing happens. So that's what we're going to be looking at. We did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I think that was in Arizona, or maybe New Mexico. Yeah, it was in New Mexico. I was like, if I saw that outline of that state correctly a second ago. But yeah, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Albuquerque, and that's going to include 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So definitely want to pay attention to in Bernalillo County. Back into North Dakota, still looking at some stronger storms just south of Jamestown. Areas like Nortonville, Judd, Montpelier, all within that destructive severe thunderstorm warning with up to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The entire storm around it up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and that's kind of the trend for this evening. The storm I was talking about we need to watch for a minute ago, that one just got its first severe thunderstorm warning. We have a much more discrete supercell mode for storms than I initially had expected until around maybe 11 a.m. this morning. When I was looking at it, I was like, man, things are kind of trending towards a longer discrete mode. I was originally expecting more of a giant windbag, but instead what we're getting is a bunch of supercells really capable of all hazards. So definitely something to take a close look at. But again, 3 tornado warnings on the map in Minnesota right now. It's going to include Pennington, Red Lake, Itasca, Koochiching, and Marshall counties out here in northern Minnesota. And I am expecting our storm mode to become more clustered a little later on, resulting in some of that windbag style business that you get a lot of the times this time of year, or you get often, I should say, this time of year. Out in the northern plains and sometimes the northern Midwest. We've seen some crazy windbags in North Dakota, South Dakota, even Nebraska over the last month or two. Of course, we had the one that rolled from South Dakota and then all the way in through Minnesota. And that one was pretty vicious. That was just a couple of weeks ago. Produced like 108-mile-per-hour wind gusts or something like that, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that. Do I think Monday will be bad near Pittsburgh? It definitely could be, especially a little later in the evening. There's still a lot of details that need to be resolved for what's going to happen for Monday. A lot of it's probably going to depend on what happens on Sunday too. So definitely a low precipitation hook that is starting to form here. You can see that RFD on radar visually here. So definitely a pretty strong storm and a relatively tight inflow notch here. So This is definitely one I'm watching for as the one that I think it really looks the most favorable to put down a tornado right this second. This tornado warning up here near Grigla, that one doesn't look particularly concerning to me anymore, as that original cell that did produce a tornado has significantly weakened and shrunken in general. Now, it still could produce a tornado, and it's hard to tell with how poor the radar coverage is, so it's good to keep that warning there just in case. But the two cells I'm most concerned about are the ones out here just to the east of Grand Forks in areas like Red Lake Falls and St. Hilaire. And then also this other one near Wirt, Squaw Lake, Alvwood, Spring Lake as well. Those are the two I'm the most worried about as of right this second here in Minnesota. So you can see that rotation. Now, keep in mind, we're looking at 8,500 feet in the air here, so pretty high. It's tough to get a really good picture on these storms with the radar hole that they're in, but we're looking at pretty solid rotation in place here, without a doubt. Treat this destructive storm as if it's a tornado warning. Yeah, the destructive severe thunderstorm warnings are extremely threatening. 80-mile-per-hour winds are no joke. You get wind gusts like that, and it can, take down the walls of weak structures in theory. So, and that tornado warning I was just talking about was lifted. So we are down to just 2 tornado warnings on the map right now, which is good news. We have 22 minutes remaining on the one, which is out here in Pennington and Red Lake counties. And then Itasca and Koochiching counties, that one just to the west of Big Fork, that one has got 7 minutes remaining. The radar I use at the moment is GR2 Analyst. So yeah, this storm out here, I know it might not look like crazy rotation here when you look at your velocities, but you can tell by the morphology of it, this one most certainly has pretty good inflow and a healthy RFD coming around the backside. So essentially what you're having happen is that you have a rotating updraft in this circle here, and as it's bringing wind around it on the backside, you're getting that mini cold front that's just wedging up air on the backside of that storm, and it's also closing off your inflow region. And it's kind of like putting your thumb over a garden hose. The more that this inflow notch gets closed off and the smaller of an angle that becomes, the faster that wind has to move. It's just like putting your thumb over a garden hose. Or a faucet or a drinking fountain or whatever you want to use for your source of water. Possibly some kind of boundary interaction going on with this storm here, by the way. I'm not entirely sure. It looks possibly like there's some sort of a boundary going on here from Whitman through Fordville down through Inkster. We did get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota. That should show up. There it is. That's going to be for the storm that's rolling towards Big Fork right now. Now, and still for Itasca and Koochiching counties out here. And I think this tornado warning will probably be extended, assuming this rotation continues to maintain itself. Honestly, it looks better now than it even did a couple scans ago. So still one that we want to pay close attention to. It's eventually headed towards Hibbing, north of Grand Rapids, most likely. So that's going to be one to pay close attention to. Our traffic camera coverage in Minnesota is a little bit limited, so it is difficult to get a good picture on these storms, but we're going to continue to check in on these cameras every so often, see if we can get a decent view. Try and give you folks who may be up there in Minnesota an idea of what is headed your way. Trying to look around right now and see if I can find a west-facing camera out of Virginia here, which is just to the northeast of Hibbing. If I can find one that's facing west, we'd be in business here. I'm not entirely sure if there is one. This is what I think I'll just go with this one for now. Slot 3 so we can monitor it. Yeah, so I'll keep a close eye and see if we can find any cameras that have a decent view on these storms. We can try and get a look at what's headed your way. For those who are out there, we did get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning in North Dakota, by the way. And that one is going to be including Lemoore, Logan, or excuse me, that one is going to be including Barnes, Cass, Ransom, and Sargent counties. Lemoore, Logan, and Stutzman, that's going to be your destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for areas like Alfred, Sidney, Montpelier, Nortonville, and Judd. And then this newer downstream severe thunderstorm warning here, that is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well. That one is going to be including Barnes, Cass, Ransom, and Sargent counties, I believe. Possibly a couple areas of embedded rotation starting to pop up in here. Looks like, what is that, Montana? I think that's Montana. I can't read, the text gets really grainy on my second monitor because it's like picture in picture in picture in picture because, you know, with OBS and everything. So I can't read the counties or state names. Yeah, it was Montana. I'm just kind of judging by the blurry state outlines here. And out in Montana, right on the border of Idaho and Wyoming, we're looking at a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That one's capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. So this one's out here for Gallatin and Madison counties in Alabama, excuse me, in Montana. Yeah, rotation still holding itself together here with this supercell. It has remained decently discreet for quite a while. Marcus, good to see you in the chat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We did just get a new tornado warning for this same cell. So this one's going to be out now just to include Marcel. That's really the only update, but it's because the old tornado warning is right about to expire. So we needed a new downstream one because this rotation is maintaining itself. So this tornado warning is just for Itasca County. Solely within it. So this one's headed towards, like, not exactly towards Grand Rapids, really like between Grand Rapids and Hibbing. Somewhere in that region here. So generally, if you're in that area, you need to be prepared. I know you're not in a tornado warning yet, but you need to be prepared for this storm as it is eventually headed your way. Redbird, I see you in the chat. Severe warnings in Canada. Yeah, I can't get into Canada today. I promise that we will have full Canadian coverage, at least within, in our broadcast anyway. I can't guarantee forecast videos, but in our broadcast, we'll be able to cover Canada in full within like 2 months or so. It definitely looks like we have some sort of a boundary interaction going on here for sure. I was not super confident in that a minute ago, but you can see even on the velocities now, there's definitely some sort of boundary interaction that's going on here that this storm is dealing with. Cubs fan in the chat, good to see you. I see the Nebraska counter is closing in on the 70 mark. Yeah, and even though we're super high in the air, you can still see a really, really well-defined bounded weak echo region in place here. This is most certainly a strong rotating updraft that's more than worthy of this tornado warning. As you can see, your rainbow of colors here going on with this storm. So that rainbow of colors just indicates that you have a bounded weak echo region, which is indicative of a strong rotating updraft. So even though you're not seeing crazy looking rotation here on radar, you are able to discern that you most likely have strong rotation with this storm. And at the very least, you have some level of rotation. So again, 2 tornado warnings still on the map right now here in Minnesota. One of them headed towards Marcel and eventually towards Hibbing or Grand Rapids, maybe somewhere right between those two along the highway. I think that is like 169 is what that road is. That connects Grand Rapids to Hibbing. Not 100% sure, but I believe so. This storm still does look decently concerning. You'll notice that there's a lot of interference in our correlation coefficient or in any of our dual pole products. That is just an unfortunate artifact of the fact that what we're looking at here is really between 7,000 and 11,000 feet with this storm. As we did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for our Montana storm, and that is now going to include Idaho here. I believe that's just going to include this area near Big Springs and Island Park. We're going to find out in just a second. We'll wait for that warning to pop up. I think that's the only storm really that I would be worried about. So I'm assuming that's what's going to, yep, there it is. Okay, so Idaho out here, Fremont County going to be included now in this considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Big Springs, West Yellowstone. This is also Gallatin and Madison counties in Montana. Yes, weather was correct. Hail. That is part of the reason we have all of this radar interference. The radar beam is at pretty low resolution, essentially, the farther you get away from it. So when the beam hits one hailstone within this whole pixel, for example, like this, all of a sudden that, like just in that white box, it might just hit one hailstone out of, you know, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of droplets, for example. And all that energy gets reflected back as a result, and it messes up your dual pole products, which are measuring the wavelength of the beam, essentially. At higher resolutions, you can get away with hailstones. You know, it doesn't cause drastic impacts because you're a little more fine with your with the radar beam. Essentially, you're higher resolved. How many radar signatures are there for tornadoes? I'm not sure exactly what you mean. I mean, there's a handful of things we look at to confirm a tornado. One of them is your storm relative velocity, which is what we're looking at now. Essentially, do you have a tight velocity couplet where you have winds in opposing directions side by side? So do you have green and red pixels touching, which in this case we do have in this whole area. Another thing we look at is a CC drop, which would look this blue color like this, but it has to be co-located with your velocity couplet, and there's a lot of other things you have to consider with it too, such as radar interference, the melting layer, and all sorts of nonsense like that. And if your CC values are blue, which means they are 0.8 or lower, you can, or I think it's 0.9 or lower. Technically, you can confirm a tornado. And then you also can look at ZDR if your differential reflectivity is near zero. So grays, you know, are indicative of really close to zero. So if you're close to zero, and those light blues, or those deeper blues also are fine. That is another way that you can confirm that you're most likely looking at debris being contacted by the radar unit. You can see your velocities here in this storm. Most certainly has very strong rotation. But there are a lot of other radar signatures we look at, such as your weak echo regions and your bounded weak echo regions, three body scatter hail spikes, which of course doesn't pertain to tornadoes at all, but It should be 0.8. We can confirm a tornado technically when you have everything involved, like the thresholds the National Weather Service uses, I should say. We do have a lot of flash flooding going on around the map too. It's going to include 7 different considerable flash flood warnings. So we did get a new downstream considerable severe thunderstorm warning for our tornado warning near Red Lake Falls. As this storm looks like it's perhaps becoming a little bit more disorganized. It looks like we're having a mesoscale handoff here. So it looks like the old updraft over here is beginning to fall apart and get ingested back into the storm, whereas we have a new updraft that is forming around here near Terrebonne. That seems to be what the trend looks like it's going to do based on where that RFD is set up, assuming our radar imagery is accurate, which is not always a good assumption. But how was Sunday night into Monday looking like for severe weather in the Northeast Iowa? And then I saw something about redevelopment Monday afternoon, but I don't know about the redevelopment. Yeah, I think Monday, a lot of long range signals have led me to think that Monday will be a pretty sizable severe weather day. Sunday night definitely could have some severe weather as well. I will say I'm not quite as concerned about it. But if we did, we would be looking. I'll just show you versus trying to draw it out. Here's what Sunday is looking like from the Storm Prediction Center right this minute. So really all of Iowa, northern Illinois, northeast Nebraska, and then back through Minnesota and Wisconsin, even parts of the UP of Michigan and mainland Michigan. We will be looking at the risk for severe weather. I'm not super sold on it being a big tornado day on Sunday. I think Monday is looking like it could potentially be a larger tornado day, though. And right now we have a 15% risk on the day 4 probabilistic outlook from the Storm Prediction Center here, which does include a lot of very populated areas. You'll notice the population in that 15% is about 40 million. So a very populous region. We will have a forecast video coming out tomorrow, not super early in the morning, but tomorrow in like sometime before noon. We'll have a forecast video coming out that'll take you through Saturday and Sunday. Of course, there's not a lot going on Saturday, so it's more of a precursor for Sunday. It'll also give a preview on what's going to be going on Monday. And then Monday, we will have another forecast video as well. And that will be my last forecast video for about a week. Maybe just slightly longer than a week, because I will be going to Scotland, and then I will be moving into my new apartment. And then I'll be back in action, and I won't have any interruptions really for the foreseeable future. Legacy Adventures, good to see you in the chat. This might overperform just because Illinois is mentioned, literally. Illinois has been the state of doom and despair for severe weather. They've just been getting hit over and over again. Still watching, we have multiple other cells continuing to fire off here somewhat rapidly. Really explosive growth here just west of Argyle. I mean, that storm's just kind of shot off like a top. Even the one to its west, you can see on Echo Tops, is actually even taller than the one just west of Argyle. You'll see this smaller looking one here on the left-hand side of your screen is actually taller than the one on the right. So storms really undergoing a lot of explosive growth out here in the general Grand Forks area, northwest Minnesota, eastern North Dakota. So any of these storms that can remain discrete will pose a risk for tornadoes and that large hail. I think the tornado risk is really going to continue to uptrend a little bit for discrete storms. Now, keep in mind that we may not have as many discrete storms as the hours pass. But over the next 2 hours or so, I think the tornado risk for any discrete storms that are able to maintain themselves will be continuing to increase a little bit as that low-level jet becomes more active and we get a little bit more shear in the environment. It does look like our storm here has completely begun to reorganize. And we 100% just had a new, what I was talking about earlier, a little bit of a handoff. It looks like that's what we just had happen. And this storm looks definitely pretty threatening right now. So I would not be shocked at all with the way this hook looks to see a new tornado warning issued downstream for this storm, as it is beginning to move out of that original polygon. So we could be looking at something like somewhere in this area. That's not really a good polygon. This is why I don't draw polygons. This is why I talk about them. But I don't know, something like this maybe. Areas like Brooks, Oakley, McIntosh, eventually maybe in the path of this storm. And yeah, this rotation definitely looking pretty solid. That morphology looking pretty solid there as well. Scotland, very cool. Yes, I am very excited to go to Scotland. Should be a lot of fun. Still watching the rotation just to the west of Spring Lake, as it has continued to maintain itself for quite a long time. This storm has been tornado warned for like an hour, I think. Go back in time, we can kind of watch that progression all the way back from before I was even live earlier, which, to be fair, I haven't been live that long. You can see there was a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place for that storm. This was just about an hour ago. So it has been warned. This was like 56 minutes ago. So it has been warned for almost an hour straight here, as it's continued to barrel down towards somewhere between Grand Rapids and Hibbing. I think makes the most sense. We can see that storm track here, just taking this storm out somewhere in this direction, somewhere between there. Now, I will say, if that's where our main area of rotation goes, is along this arrow, then most likely Hibbing will be looking at a pretty significant wind and hail threat, as this is quite the tall and powerful storm. We are going to get a new velocity update on this one in just a second. Wait about 10 seconds till we get that. My thoughts on the 15% next week. I think it's warranted for sure, especially on Monday. And it looks like things have actually uptrended a little bit just near Spring Lake. So this one would not shock me at all to put down a tornado here soon. I still think we are due for a new downstream tornado warning on this cell out here near Plummer, as that hook echo is very impressive looking. Looking at the severe weather for next week, as we had that question, this is for Monday. And then we also have a 15% in place for Tuesday, as that cold front is going to start to swing down, essentially. So we'll be looking at a little bit of a surface cold front that's going to be driving a lot of severe weather up in the northern plains tomorrow. And then, or the northern Midwest, I should say. It's going to continue to swing down, change its orientation a little bit, maybe more something like this as it rolls through the Midwest in the Ohio Valley. And then on Tuesday, it's going to even continue to become a little bit more north to south oriented as it begins to roll on through, less north to south oriented as it rolls on through DC and the Carolinas even. So I'm expecting more of a wind event on Tuesday than anything else at this moment anyway. But we'll have a forecast video on Monday that'll go into detail about that. You will notice that even on Tuesday, 34 million people within that 15% risk. And then on Monday, an entirely different area, 40 million people there. And then on Sunday, somewhere around like 36 million people within risk zones for Sunday. The good news is tomorrow ain't nothing going on. Nothing significant anyway. There is an isolated tornado risk out near the Twin Cities for tomorrow. And I won't be able to go live tomorrow or Sunday, unfortunately. Sunday, I might be able to go live Sunday, like around the same time I went live tonight. like around 7 p.m. Central Time, but I'm not currently planning on it. I will say they did actually just lift the tornado warning for the storm, which kind of surprises me. It could be due to the fact that it looks like your RFD is actually in front of your inflow here on the latest radar imagery. So if that is the case, this storm will not really get good inflow. That inflow is just going to smash into a brick wall, which is the RFD, because all of these winds are coming back around in this direction here. So that could easily be what we're looking at right now. In fact, I bet that is the case. Looks like RFD has occluded our inflow, at least a little bit for the time being. But we could still see a new tornado warning on that storm at some point. We do have a tornado warning still in place near Marcel. Now, it eventually is again headed towards somewhere between Hibbing and Grand Rapids. Something along these lines. Does that severe thunderstorm warning near Grand Rapids considerable for the golf ball? Yeah, this one is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for up to golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think most likely Grand Rapids itself will be fine, as it looks like this storm is going to skirt just to the north of town. So this bottom edge of the storm will kind of roll through something like this. And so Grand Rapids will likely be just barely spared from this, which would be good. Yeah, Tyler, I'm not able to get into Canada just yet. We will be able to cover Canada soon, though. Within the next, like, 2 months from now, we'll be able to cover Canada in great detail. All right, we did just get another considerable, or actually this one was an upgrade here. We got an upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning on one of these cells. I don't know which one. I would think maybe it's this one out here near Grand Forks, although probably not, actually. It could be the one down here near Ellendale. Still don't think it's shown up for me yet, unless it was not in this area at all. But I don't think that was the case. There we go. Yeah, it was the one down near Ellendale. So that one has been upgraded for golf ball size hail as well. We're getting closer and closer to the Aberdeen radar. We did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota as well. And actually, it looks like this one is really starting to develop some decent rotation here. You can see that RFD really starting to come around this storm as well. Almost looking to me like we may be running into a similar issue here where that RFD is going to occlude your inflow entirely, and you will not really have a tornado threat at that point if that happened. But as of right now, this one's definitely got some decent rotation in there. You can see that hook echo pretty clearly on radar here. Actually, it doesn't look like that RFD has occluded it at all. Okay, we don't have our velocities in yet or anything, but it looks to me like we're definitely looking at another cell that could eventually be worthy of a tornado warning here. And this one's in southern North Dakota, not terribly far to the northwest of the Aberdeen radar unit. We're only looking at around 3,000 feet in the air here. As this one does look actually rather strong in terms of that rotation. I wouldn't be shocked at all to see that become tornado warned here. Speaking of tornado warning, we're going to check in on the one tornado warning that we do have on the map still. It is out near Spring Lake, or Inger, and that one still continues to look decently concerning, but it still is within a radar hole. So we have 7,000 feet in the air is the lowest radar look that we can get on this storm. Oh, a little bit of a yawn. And by the way, that destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been lifted. And here's that new considerable that was put in place in Minnesota, by the way. So this is for these clusters of cells near Argyle, Warren, Radium, Viking, Rosewood. It's going to include Marshall, Pennington, and Polk counties up here in northwestern Minnesota. That one is tagged for up to tennis ball sized hail. So a couple of stronger storms out here. In fact, this one near Argyle definitely looks to be relatively towering. See if I can get a decent look at it. This is actually a pretty old radar scan, so. Oh my goodness. I don't know why I'm yawning. I can't wait for Monday because I live in Cleveland and we're going to get some storms. Yeah, you'll definitely be getting some storms on Monday out there in Cleveland. Looks like a lot of areas in the Ohio Valley will be most certainly getting some storms out there on Monday. Still a handful of storms continuing to bubble up like crazy out here in northwestern Minnesota. I'm honestly relatively surprised that we're still seeing storms initiate and grow so rapidly here. So a lot of storms still building up very, very quick. Northwest Minnesota, eastern North Dakota, really just like around Grand Forks. I mean, everywhere around here, we're just seeing all of these storms just firing off like crazy. Still one tornado warning in effect out here for Itasca County in Minnesota. We're getting close to the melting layer here. That's that purple ring that you're seeing here on the map. That's around 6,500 feet. So we'll be getting a little bit of radar interference here over the next handful of scans, but in general, still pretty strong rotation out here. I want to check in on our formerly tornado warned storm that looks like it had some RFD occlusion. It still has a very clean hook, but it's just not getting inflow. It's unable to wrap up as that RFD has completely left that hook behind. So all that inflow coming into the storm is just smashing up against that RFD and getting split off in other directions, essentially. Something like this. A lot of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings still on the map, including the one for Gallatin and Madison counties in Montana, by the way. They lifted the one that was on the Iowa side of the border, but still looking at stronger winds near West Yellowstone and Grayling out here in Gallatin and Madison counties. Down in Texas, Moore and Potter counties. Just north of Amarillo, some mesoscale magic going on down here as we have a handful of boundaries set up all over the place. I mean, literally all over the place. Boundaries galore out here in the Amarillo area, which is not unusual per se, but a lot of boundaries set up here. And we're having some storms interacting with them, getting a little bit of stronger stuff going on near Bautista, Four-Way, Masterson. That one's capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some small hail in there as well. How much of a tornado threat do you think there could be on Monday? Because I think we're going to have more of a tornado threat on Sunday. I actually think the opposite. I think we're looking at a little bit more of a tornado threat on Monday than Sunday. I think Sunday will be a little bit less organized. But I am going to have a forecast video coming out sometime tomorrow before noon. So most likely around 10 to 11 a.m. Central. Maybe even slightly earlier than that. Just kind of depends how quickly we can get it out. Still watching this storm right near the border of the Dakotas here for a possible tornado warning. Interesting. I am somewhat surprised that we're not seeing a tornado warning here, to be quite honest with you. As this looks to be a very, very strong supercell and open air out here. Take a look at our METAR. What you'll notice is that these winds, we have dew points around 70 near Aberdeen, 73 just south near Redfield, and the winds are coming out of the south-southeast. So something like this, which literally could not be more perfect for this storm. So the way it's oriented anyway. So I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen a tornado warning on this storm, to be honest. It doesn't look like we're having that same RFD occlusion issue that we had with our other storm. This one looks like it's still got pretty good inflow coming right on in there. I see Alan in the chat. Do I think there will be a derecho on Monday? I mean, it's possible, but no. Generally, no, I do not think so. The thing about a derecho is that derechos are not a storm that you can see on radar. Derechos are a series of surveys that happen after a storm happens to take a look at, did you meet certain criteria? Did you have a storm of a certain size, of a certain strength that did a certain amount of damage? That's what classifies a derecho. And I think on Monday, I don't think we're going to be looking at a very robust, significant windbag in that type of way where we'd be looking at a derecho. Now, it's possible. I could definitely be wrong on that. It's definitely possible, but I doubt it. I would honestly be looking at that a little more on Sunday as of right this second anyway, or I should say as of this morning when I last looked at things in detail. That's where my mind would be right this moment anyway. Really quick, I'm going to go ahead and run through the alerts that we have at the top of your screen here. You're going to be seeing, we have the one tornado warning up. That one's out here in Minnesota, Itasca County. We also have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, including that's not right. Something's wrong there. What did that say? Did that say 7 considerable? That ain't right. But we have a bunch of flash flood warnings in place, including 8 regular flash flood warnings and 7 considerable flash flood warnings. I'm going to play that again. Can I just like not read? Is that what I'm watching? I think I just can't read. Because I think that looked like it said something, something crazy there. We did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. Oh, okay. No, it didn't say anything crazy. I think I'm losing my marbles. Oh, no. Yeah, no, it did say something kind of crazy. said we only had two severe thunderstorm warnings on the map that weren't considerable. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, regardless, we are looking at a total of 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, or rather 10, that exist right this moment. We're going to be getting a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota in just a second here. It already popped up. It's just not showing up on my map just yet. Timothy, good to see you. And there's that new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That one is going to be including Beltrami County for golf ball sized hail. I'm still pretty surprised we're not seeing a tornado warning on this cell. I will say, near Forbes, it looks like we could be dealing with a pretty gnarly, oh my goodness, we are dealing with a very gnarly hail core here. A very well sheared environment here. Almost too sheared. I don't know how long this storm will be able to last necessarily. It looks like it might even be slightly too sheared. But this is a gnarly looking storm here. Very, very gnarly. You can see a lot of these grays and silvers getting into the mix here. Most certainly looking at a pretty strong hail core with this storm. And this one is out here right across the border of the Dakotas. And I'm somewhat surprised that we didn't see a tornado warning with this one, especially a couple frames ago. It's not, I don't know. I think it's it definitely could be worthy of a tornado warning here. I will say that rotation isn't unbelievably tight, but again, it's kind of the same issue of with the way the storm is oriented. Those winds, like right here, are coming straight this direction, and over here they're going straight this direction. And the radar beam is coming in this direction. And so because those winds are blowing perpendicular to the radar beam, the radar unit cannot actually measure them. So where those arrows are, you'll notice like that transition area there is going to show up kind of gray, which isn't exactly indicative of what's going on. That doesn't mean you don't have wind there. And then you'll notice the fastest winds that are showing up, which this looks kind of ridiculous, by the way. The fastest winds that are showing up are the winds that should be coming this direction, which is directly towards the radar unit, which is perfect. That's what the radar can measure the best. It can measure 100% of winds that are moving parallel to the radar beam. And it can measure 0% of winds that are moving perpendicular to the radar beam. So a lot of nerd talk to basically say that I think this storm's been rotating pretty solidly and could deserve a tornado warning. It's definitely possible that we'd be maybe, just maybe, seeing a tornado there, but I doubt it. I'd be very, very low confident in that. We do still have 3 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in Minnesota. It looks like our storm mode is going to be dramatically shifting towards a more linear and clustered storm mode. This is when that significant windbag threat is really going to start to develop. You'll still notice that we do have a handful of semi-discrete or fully discrete supercells that do exist in the environment. Those ones will still pose a tornado risk, and any clustering storms like these will still pose a tornado risk as well. It would be more of an embedded tornado risk, excuse me. But yeah, a lot of storms on the map, still posing at least some type of a threat here. It still looks to me like the inflow to this storm has been fully occluded by its RFD. That kind of looks like it's stretched along something like this right now. So this is where your inflow would need to be coming in, and it's just running into that brick wall of the RFD there that has occluded that inflow. Whoa, what did I just do? I don't know what I just did, but everything went like dim for a second. I don't know if you guys could see that or not. Is the National Weather Service in Aberdeen sleeping on the job? I don't think so. No. They know their terrain and this radar unit better than anybody, you know, so whoops. We don't have the latest velocities in just yet. We have the reflectivity, but I will say I don't think they're sleeping on the job by any stretch. You can see literally like, you know, even just a couple scans later. I mean, it would be very low confidence that we would have a tornado here from what I'm seeing. Very low confidence. It's possible. Very low confidence. It's not co-located with where that rotation really is centered around, so it appears anyway. I don't believe we're looking at a tornado here. But the storm does have a lot of the ingredients it would need. I am somewhat surprised to see that it has not been tornado warned, at least. This whole thing's a mess here. You can just see how ridiculous this hail core is. That's a pretty ridiculous looking hail core. Man. Yeah. Do they believe that it's contaminated? I don't know if I would say contaminated. It's more of that this is not really co-located with where your rotation, where your velocity couplet would be centered around. But I mean, you can see a very, very, very well-established and obvious RFD in place here. So what you would be looking at is somewhere, I mean, this is just a weird one. It is kind of a really strange morphology with this storm. I mean, this is pretty insane though. This almost makes me think we're interacting with some sort of a boundary and potentially not even like the RFD per se, where like this part is your RFD, but this whole thing is the boundary that it's interacting with potentially. Either way, this thing is dumping hail. This should definitely be a considerable severe thunderstorm warning at the least for golf ball sized hail, in my opinion, at the very least. Hayden, nice to see you in the chat. Good to see you, my friend. Anyway, still watching the tornado warning that we actually do have. Again, I know it's currently dealing with a lot of radar interference, so it's hard to get a good look at it because it's right around the melting layer here. You can see your bright banding occurring. I use GR2 Analyst. Radar. We did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. And that was the one that I just said needed to be a considerable. They upgraded it to 2-inch hail. So that's good at the very least. I'm still watching this closely. I mean, I still think that this is one that could be capable of producing a tornado. So I do have access to Canadian radar through Hayden's website. I just don't. Oh, you know what? Actually, wait. Okay, so I have a back-end access. I just haven't actually logged in and played around with it yet until now. I haven't had the chance to. He just sent this to me the other day. Set your default city. I don't need a default city. Okay, I do have Canadian radar that I can sort of pull. I don't remember how to set this thing up. Draggable dual pane. There we go. So this is where the tornado warning is. It's embedded within some line, like a little linear storm looking. It's not really like a line of multiple storms, it looks like. It's just a very elongated storm. But it definitely is beginning to train out to the west here along some boundary that we can see in place. Possibly a cold front. I don't exactly know what's going on out here. Yeah, Canada issues tornado warnings by the county. So that's why we're seeing this. Upright. Wait. Boom. Settings. Legacy alert style. There we go. Okay. And this is courtesy of Canada Weather. You can visit the website canadawx.com. Lorian, I see you in the chat. It's a big day for Lorian. We finally got her own email. Clearly a really, really big and life-changing day. Still a tornado warning in place near Marcel. It looks like we're on the other side of that contaminated radar data, sort of, at least in the last scan. That bright banding has shifted a bit. Still decent rotation in there, nothing crazy. The storm is looking less and less organized over time. It's almost looking like it could be more of a windbag here as it continues to head on down towards Grand Rapids and Hibbing. Somewhere between those two towns. I know well, Grand Rapids, obviously a large city, but something like this. But yes, Hayden has been working very hard on this. Really, really great visualization tool. Look, here's our storms that are near Grand Forks right now. We can take a look at them from the Canadian radar's point of view, which I would never do. Because the Canadian radar is not quite as good as the 88D that we have in the US. But there is still a tornado warning in place here. And this is right near Whiteshell Provincial Park. Confidence very high. Interesting. Environment Canada warnings always intrigue me. Timothy and Braden, it's funny because on my end, when we all typed !radar, I was the one who did it first on my end. Like there's clearly some latency in the chat. I feel like the threshold for warnings this year is a little higher than in past years. Might be my imagination. You're not entirely off base, but it's not necessarily like that they've changed the thresholds. It's more of the psychology in the different weather forecasting offices of the National Weather Service. Essentially, they're trying to really crack down on like your false alarm rates, essentially. They're trying to make sure that they're slightly more conservative with issuing warnings in certain scenarios. This one just still looks really solid to me. I mean, I know the rotation isn't crazy looking by any stretch here. In fact, actually on the latest, this last couple of scans, it's even looked a little bit more like that we're not actually getting inflow into the storm really at all. So that could definitely be an artifact of why we haven't seen this one warned as well. As it looks like these velocities are mostly coming away. I mean, away from the storm towards the radar unit here. And your inflow is getting stopped right around this line. And you'll notice that your inflow needs to make it all the way back over here if you want to get a tornado. So that could definitely be why. Still in Texas, north of Amarillo, boundary magic going on, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible out here in Moore and Potter counties. In Itasca and St. Louis counties, this one is going to be through Grand Rapids, Hibbing, Toivola, towards Meadowlands, Kelsey, Zim, Iron Junction, Forbes, that entire area in the path of what is a decent windbag scenario, essentially here. That is where we are at now, and that tornado warning has been lifted. So we have officially 0 tornado warnings on the map, at least for the time being, which is fantastic news. Still watching this one on the border of the Dakotas, pretty much fully in South Dakota now at this point, where if that inflow can break through here, we would probably get a tornado. But I think the trigger discipline from the National Weather Service is pretty good. It helps a lot in situations like this, where, for example, like you might see this hook echo and you're like, man, this thing looks really nice. And you see at least some velocity couplet going on in some type of way with the storm. But then you take a little bit of a deeper dive and you're like, man, it looks like, to me, a lot of these outflow winds are really in your inflow region, which doesn't make sense for a tornadic supercell, right? So you have to take everything that you see on the radar and analyze it at a deeper level to reach those conclusions on whether or not you should or should not issue a tornado warning. So I don't mind the trigger discipline at all. This storm is very highly sheared also. So it also has that whole thing going on with it. This one, it seems like it's in a pretty decent spot in terms of how much shear it has. Any more than this, and it would probably be too sheared and start to fall apart. It seems like it's kind of in that 40 to 60 knots of shear sweet spot, just based on the angle of the updraft here. Lorian saying there's a PDS beautiful sunset in Corinth right now. Send me that. Send me a photo. Include the canes in it. We do still have a tornado warning in Canada, by the way. So there is at least one tornado warning in North America. The wildfire smoke definitely could play a role with the storms on Sunday and Monday, especially in Canada, where it is a little more potent, as you will be looking at more lithometeors for super cold water to condense on. You'll be looking at a more elevated hail risk as a result. You'll also be looking at a little bit less diurnal heating. In your opinion, do you think Winnipeg has any tornado threat tonight? Honestly, I really don't know exactly what's expected to happen out here. It looks like we have some sort of a boundary that's rolling through this area and through Winnipeg now, which is what fired off this storm over here near the White Shell Provincial Park. That is tornado warned right now. Over in Winnipeg itself, though, that boundary, if that is the boundary that's acting as our forcing mechanism for all of our severe weather here in Canada, or at least in this area right now in Manitoba, I'm looking around the map and I'm not seeing anything else that would scream out to me like we have another, like a large cold front that's trailing this or something. So assuming this is whatever is firing off our severe weather right now, you're probably going to be good in Winnipeg, as it would be kind of to your south or east, somewhere ahead of this line, essentially, is where the risk for severe weather would be. I'm not 100% confident, though, as I honestly don't know exactly what's going on with our friends to the north. Yeah, this is interesting. Pretty good trigger discipline here from the Aberdeen office, because you'll notice that these RFD winds, where you're seeing these greens, really, really bright, starting to dim down over time. Essentially, that RFD is becoming less and less powerful because there's no real inflow coming into the storm. So I think pretty solid trigger discipline there from the Aberdeen office. Possibly a little bit of contaminated data coming back to the radar unit near Radium here. Although I will say, I don't know, this could end up with a tornado warning right near Radium here, as this has been relatively persistent here, and it's not exactly clear air. There's at least some energy coming back to the radar unit in this area where you're seeing some of those winds. So I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked at all to see a tornado warning put in place here just to the southwest of Radium, and it would be headed out this direction. Maybe a little more southeastward. Dylan, welcome back. Caleb, good to see you in the chat. Yeah, we've been watching the hail core in South Dakota as it's looked pretty solid for the last 20 minutes or so. Yeah, I think it was a good call to not warn that storm in South Dakota. That is at least the direction I'm leaning in right now. I will say all of our severe thunderstorm warnings around the map have been lifted, except for the 4 that you see on your screen now, here across Minnesota and South Dakota. So we have the storm that's just crossed out of North Dakota, another round of storms that is crossed out of North Dakota / formed just across the border in Minnesota, and then clustered up. And then we have one more discrete supercell, or really a couple more discrete supercells that exist out here in northern Minnesota still. None of them posing an immediate tornado risk, except maybe this one near Radium, maybe. I'm not super confident in it, to be completely honest with you. This could be one to watch here as well near Goodridge, as this one looks like it's trying to form a little bit of a hook. The one near Washkish, or Waskish? Waskish? I don't know. That one's still one to watch too. Definitely a hail core in there. It's tagged for golf ball size hail, but you can see that mid-level rotation. Definitely there. And by mid-level, I mean very mid-level. Like this is 14,000 feet in the air. We're in a giant radar hole here in northern Minnesota, so. All the storms in Minnesota are clustered up. South Dakota storms losing strength, and Canada storms are strengthening, says Tyler Bricker Weather. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say they're all clustered up. We still have a handful of storms out here that are discrete or semi-discrete in Minnesota. I will say the one headed towards Grand Rapids is really dissolving, which is good news. That one was formerly tornado warned for about an hour straight. We do still have a semi-discrete supercell near Waskish, another one near High Landing and Goodridge, and then a cluster of storms here near Warren and Radium. This is a much larger cluster here that I'm definitely watching somewhat closely. Can I go to the Aberdeen radar site, turn on storm relative velocity, and explain the velocity showing up? Sure. I would love to. So I'm actually going to use regular velocity for a second here rather than storm relative, because storm relative is going to show up very bright here because in general, a lot of these winds are moving quite quick. But what we're seeing with this storm, you have a classic looking hook on radar, right? Where you have that very stereotypical supercell shape, and then you can clearly see the boundary that this storm is interacting with. And how do we know that's a boundary? We know because it is extended very, very far away from the storm. It's not a localized cold front, just specifically pertaining to your RFD. What you'll notice here is all of these greens here. That's all your outflow. That's all winds that are moving towards the radar unit, essentially. So in these areas, you're more outflow dominant, right? Because this is not your storm relative velocity. This is your overall velocity here. So you must be outflow dominant for the resultant when you add your storm relative motion and the storm motion itself together. If that motion is towards the radar unit, you must be outflow dominant in that case, or you must be moving towards the radar unit in those moments. And so when you look at where those areas are, right, we go to our velocities here. Over here, it makes sense, right? That's where your RFD would be. Over here would be your FFD. But in the middle, where things are a little bit muckier, you're still seeing those winds coming off towards the radar a little bit. And that doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you have a storm that's bringing in good inflow and starting to wrap up to try and produce a tornado, right? Instead, that's not what we really have here. What we have is a more outflow dominant region where this storm is not really getting inflow into its updraft. So essentially, when we turn on METAR, you're going to see out of Aberdeen, we have winds coming out of the southeast at 15 knots. So they're coming in this direction at 15 knots at Aberdeen with a dew point of 70. So those surface conditions seem very favorable for a supercell, and especially this supercell. If I move my storm around here, you're going to see that's perfectly right into that inflow notch. So very laminar inflow here, except that inflow is not really making it to the storm. It's smashing it into a brick wall here, which is why on our velocities, you see this gray area here that's separating your greens and reds because you're not getting rotation. In this gray area, what you're getting is these winds that are just smashing into each other in opposing directions, and it just kind of results in a stalemate here. The winds kind of just spread out a little bit perpendicular to the motion of those two opposing wind directions here. So that gray, what you're seeing with gray is the radar unit thinking that there's really no motion there, but in reality, what's happening is that the radar beam is shooting off in this angle. And when the winds are moving perpendicular to the radar beam, it can't measure a change in velocity over time. So as a result, it shows up as 0, even though those winds might be moving, because the radar unit can only detect the component of that motion that is parallel to the radar beam, essentially. So it can only detect the component that would be in like this yellow arrow, for example, that's parallel to the radar beam. Whereas in this pink arrow I'm about to draw perpendicular to the radar beam, it can't measure any motion in that direction. It can only measure along the radar beam. And so you see that gray there, that's indicative of those winds beginning to spread out. Whoops, I don't want to use pink here. That's indicative of those winds beginning to spread out here, essentially, as you have opposing winds that are clashing here. They're meeting in the middle, and then as a result, you're getting winds that kind of look like this. They're just kind of spreading out here as they kind of collide. And so this storm isn't actually getting really good inflow into it at all. And that's why the Aberdeen office has not tornado warned this storm, I would assume. Hopefully, hopefully that helps. I know that was kind of long-winded. Ben and Adrian are probably licking their chops right now, like, oh, we can make a short out of this. Julian Capwell, Leighton Varnell, and Mason Supival. Good to see you guys out in the chat. Kaysen as well. I see you out there. But it's like me and got motion. That's real. Yeah, Mason has a lot of motion. Cubs are in the lead in the top of the 10th. That's the worst thing that I could have ever heard. All right. 3-minute long short incoming, literally. Doesn't help that the team they're playing is a very bad bullpen. Yeah, I don't know who the Cubs are playing, to be honest with you. All right, let's check in on our Canadian tornado warning here, where it looks like the radar imagery is quite messy. I'm guessing that what we'd be looking at is rotation right along this area near Decimal or Rennie or Brereton Lake. I think, is that what that says? Brereton Lake? Brereton Lake? I think. I don't know. Still watching this guy down here, which is most certainly becoming fully outflow dominant now after our little educational seminar there. What you'll see is all of these greens. That means you're going towards the radar unit, as this one really is outflow dominant here. So not really posing any type of a tornadic threat anymore. And I assume that's what the National Weather Service office in Aberdeen was thinking from the jump. I will say it looked a little better right when it was closer to the border here a little while ago. Grandpa Earl, I'm glad to hear that you got home safe. Still watching this one near High Landing, by the way. I know it's a smaller cell. It looked like it was trying to wrap up a little bit earlier. It's not impressive looking at all, but still something to pay attention to. Out near Grand Rapids, I am very happy to see that this storm has completely fallen apart, as this area is quite populated. And that one was tornado warned for about an hour, or just over an hour, I believe. We did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota here, so we're going to get that in just a second. And I don't know what that's going to be for, to be honest with you. Could be this one. We're going to find out here. There's a handful of places where it could make some sense. I'm jumping around too much to know for sure. But if it'll ever show up, we're going to find out. I can only do so much waffling. There it is. Okay, I think it was actually just an upgrade here. Right? Yeah. So it was an upgrade for the High Landing and Goodridge storm. That one's been upgraded for up to tennis ball size hail. So a very threatening storm out here near High Landing and Goodridge. You can see a lot of that interference here in your CC. This whole area where you got those greens coming into the mix. That is indicative of what could be some hail. When we look at our derived radar product here, this is the possibility of severe hail as a derived radar product. You can see that's showing up some values in there as well. Nothing insane on there anyway. I don't know exactly. Yeah, as radar indicated. Oh no, the hail threat was observed. It's radar indicated and observed, apparently. So I'm guessing that must have been observed, because it doesn't look unbelievable on radar by any stretch. There's a lot of contaminated radar data here near Viking, but I will say I'm still watching this storm. At the very least, something around here for some possible rotation in there. Got storms headed towards Salt Lake City. We have the one severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota. Everything else is up here in northern Minnesota right now in terms of what is currently severe warned on the map. All right, since things have calmed down for a quick second, well, actually, let me take a look at our Canadian storm over here. This is in Manitoba, southern Manitoba, specifically. We are just east of Winnipeg. I don't know. It doesn't look super impressive to me, but that radar imagery is just not coming in very clean, at least in our velocities. Summer Dragoness, good to see you in the chat. through the rest of the evening, the Storm Prediction Center has maintained that 5% risk. The last time they updated this was what? Not long ago. That was what? Like 30 minutes ago, just about. And yeah, they just made a little bit of an update. Scattered supercells ongoing. I like how they did North Dakota into northern Minnesota and then elsewhere. Just didn't talk about any specific regions and threw like 2 sentences in. It's kind of funny. There's nothing wrong with that. There's not a lot going on around the rest of the map, but it's kind of funny. Still looking at that wind and hail risk. Tomorrow, not a lot going on around the United States. On Sunday, looking at more of a windbag possibility out there in the northern Midwest. Same area, really all of Minnesota and Wisconsin. And then possibly parts of eastern North Dakota or northeastern Nebraska, eastern South Dakota, northern Iowa especially. Maybe northern Illinois, maybe the upper peninsula of Michigan, maybe even the lower peninsula of Michigan. As we go forward to Monday, got a 15% risk already in place, and I think this is going to be a little bit more concerning of a day as of right this second. We did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota. We'll go ahead and check that out in just a minute here. And I don't know exactly what that one is going to be for. It could be for these northern storms here. The northernmost storms, anyway, northeast of Thief River Falls. Nope, it was a downstream one for the storms that are near Thief River Falls right now. So still looking at a stronger storm out here. And I will say, actually, this one is perhaps looking even more and more concerning here. For a real possibility for some rotation near Viking and Rosewood. So that's definitely one to pay attention to. Someone needs to throw down those Cubs. Yeah, I'm curious how it'll be tomorrow here in Fond du Lac. Can definitely wait and see. Oh yeah, you can see it trying. Yep. Now I was watching this one a little bit ago, and it didn't quite look as impressive back when it was closer to radium, even a few scans before this one. Yeah, it was somewhere around here. I started taking a look at it. I was like, it's definitely got a little bit of contaminated action going on there, but now it looks like it's trying to pull itself together a little bit here. So I'm going to continue to watch that one pretty closely, as it is probably the only storm that has really any tornadic risk on the map right now. This one near High Landing, maybe, just maybe, could become tornadic eventually, but I doubt it. It has had some large hail observed, up to tennis ball size hail with that one. The storm that was headed near Grand Rapids has fully dissipated, which is awesome news. You can see those ecotops have fallen off a cliff and just continue to deplete by the second. That one is dissipating. Could easily be looking at some downbursting winds here, really anywhere in this area and surrounding areas towards Grand Rapids and Hibbing, all the way back through Marcel, even Big Fork, potentially. As this storm really starts to fall apart, we'll start kicking out those winds in all directions. Now, this one's intriguing. This one does intrigue me out here near Keller. Storm near Pine Island State Forest. I don't know exactly where Pine Island State Forest is, to be honest with you. I'm going to find it, though. Don't worry. Oh, is that this one? Is that the one I'm looking at? Hang on. Maps. Yeah. That's this one, right? I think that's the one. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see a tornado warning. The problem is that it's in such a radar hole here And I will say it definitely looks worse on the latest radar scan here. But it's in such a radar hole. I mean, the lowest picture we can get of this storm is 11,000 feet from the Duluth radar. We can try the Mayville one. I think it'll be the same, if not higher. Yeah, this one is 16,000 feet. So you can't really get a good picture on this storm. It does have strong rotation at the mid to upper levels, but I don't know. I don't know how aggressive they are going to be with issuing tornado warnings on cells like that. Still watching the one near Rosewood and Thief River Falls. Regardless of a tornado threat, this one's quite a strong storm that's producing some really gusty winds here. Easily could be up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, I think. It is tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch hail. Those echo tops are quite tall here. Looks like we really do have one dominant updraft with this storm, centered around this region and tilted back in that direction. That would make the most sense to me. See if we can get a good picture of it here. What? Interesting. I think we're looking at an older radar scan here, but yeah, you can definitely see a little bit of that action going on in there. Whoops. There's still favorable environment up in Minnesota for tornadoes. Yeah, I think, again, the later we go into the evening here, through like really the next hour or so, we're still going to have a tornado threat because the environment's going to become a little bit more favorably sheared, especially with some of our surface features and that low-level jet starting to come into play as well. And check in on our storm near Aberdeen. Yeah. I mean, you can just see how like far away and like far detached this storm is. Or excuse me, I should say not the storm is, but the outflow boundary of this storm is from its inflow. So that's why this one has not been able to become tornadic at all. Definitely good work by the National Weather Service to not warn that earlier. Still could be producing some hail and gusty winds, though. It is tagged for ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's take a scan of our high landing storm here, as this one seems to be uptrending a little bit. And yeah, you can see a what appears to be a very clear bounded weak echo region here. Actually, on the left-hand side, you can see that little cave, or excuse me, a weak. Well, yeah, that should be a bounded weak echo region showing up here. You can see that little cave in your DBZ values here, where you have these heavier targets suspended aloft over nothingness right below it here in this cave. You can take a cross section to get a better picture of what that really looks like. Yeah, I should be able to do this. There you go. And you can see that bounded weak echo region is in place here. You got your rainbow of colors indicating a strong rotating updraft. So definitely a storm here that is worth paying attention to for that hail risk, if not potentially a tornado risk as well down the line. It doesn't look particularly capable of producing a tornado right this minute, which is good, obviously. Watching this one near Grigla, maybe. Still watching that one, watching the one near Thief River Falls as well. We do still have a tornado watch in place up here in northern Minnesota that runs through 11 p.m. Central. It's only 8:30 p.m. Central now. SIGTOR parameters are still at a 6, Tyler Bricker Weather says. Yeah, I don't really look at the SIGTOR much. I don't like to look at those parameters. I prefer to analyze the mesoscale environment. I think a lot of times people get too caught up looking at those. I'm not faulting you for looking at them, by the way. They are very valuable to look at them at a quick glance if you don't have time to do the analysis. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But anytime I have the chance to do the analysis, I just don't look at that at all. Things like NATOcast and StormNet, those types of things, I apply the exact same principle. Very useful and very interesting tools that could be the future of how we look at meteorology, but they're not there yet. They're not reliable enough. I take them with a big grain of salt, but possibly another area of rotation near Angus. This could be one to watch. And again, not faulting anyone who uses the STP or StormNet or anything like that. They do a solid job. I just prefer to do the analysis because I don't think they're quite good enough yet to be relied upon. Definitely looking like we're getting decent inflow into the storm, though. I don't know. I could definitely see this one becoming tornado warned at this point within the next like 5 minutes or so. It definitely wouldn't shock me. You can tell at this point that we're not looking at kind of a fluky side lobe contamination deal because of the way these wind values are being carried on through the storm as well. You can very clearly see that broad rotation in place there. You can also see these stronger winds coming back towards the radar unit here. Still intrigued by this one near Keller or Mizpah. A lot of interesting city names up here in northern Minnesota. Piles of inflow clouds coming through Reamer, Minnesota, heading towards that storm. Neat to watch. I'm assuming you're talking about this one up here near Thief River Falls, I think. I don't know where Reamer is. I'm not seeing it on the map, but I can find it. No, not that one. You must be looking at this one, maybe? Wait. Look, I'm losing my mind. Anyway. Tyler Bricker saying mid-level lapse rates are not that strong in northern Minnesota with some low-level lapse rates. Oh, same with low-level lapse rates, excuse me. Yeah. I believe you. We do still have all these storms in northern Minnesota. Still have the one out in Manitoba as well, which is still within a tornado warning, at least for the moment. Yeah, this has not been a confirmed tornado. So a lot of contamination in the velocity data here, unfortunately. But it looks to be a solid supercell at the very least. Can't really get any type of a picture on it from our American radars, as this is 24,000 feet away, or 24,000 feet in the air is the lowest picture we can get on it. From the Mayville radar, we did get a new severe thunderstorm warning in Pima County, Arizona. That's for this pop-up storm near Pisanimo, or it doesn't sound right. Pisanimo? Pisanimo? I don't know. We're in southern Arizona, south of Phoenix, west of Tucson. Kind of out in the middle of nowhere. There's not much out here. This one could be producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe a couple of smaller hailstones as well. That older considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the storm that's now near Northome, that one was lifted. So we're down to just 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in Minnesota, 1 in South Dakota, and 1 in Arizona. 2 of those being a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota. Those are going to include Marshall, Pennington, Polk, Beltrami, Clearwater. That's it. Counties in Minnesota. Cam models can be hit or miss sometimes too. Absolutely. Yeah. You shouldn't really be ever, in my opinion, looking at your like SIMREF, essentially your composite reflectivity products on your models to try and actually do analysis. That should be the last thing you look at. And it's kind of a confirmation on does the model agree with your analysis? You can't rely on that to try and actually do your analysis. Of course, like we show it in all of our forecast videos because you need to be able to show somebody something that actually makes sense, right? The general public, they can understand basic radar imagery like this. But when I start pulling out other stuff, like all this stuff, it starts getting crazy, right? All these colors start getting thrown in the mix and no one knows what they're looking at, right? I have to explain all that in great detail. But at the start of a forecast video, I can show them that SIMREF, simulated reflectivity, essentially. I can show them that and give them an idea of what things might look like. And then after that, for those who want to get a better understanding of what's going on, I do the full analysis, of course, so they can get a deeper understanding of the weather that's coming their way, why it's coming their way, exactly when, what the fail modes are. Not everybody cares about that. Some people just want to see, here's what the radar might look like, 24 hours from now. So it's not looking good for these storms in Minnesota, but they're giving it everything they've got to try and do something. I mean, they're all just kind of doing their thing. I mean, all of them have very, very weak rotation in them. All of them that are semi-discrete anyway. You can see the Garigula storm is losing its little bit of weak rotation as it is no longer discrete enough. It's getting ingested into those other storms. But we do still have 3 storms out here that have rotation to pay attention to. And we still have the one near Keller as well. It's just in such a giant radar hole that I really don't know exactly what's going on with it. It was looking a little more concerning earlier than it is right now. But the lowest picture we can get is 10,000 feet in the air. What do I think about those storms near Clearbrook? Clearbrook, where? Oh, this one? Yeah, the one near Clearbrook, again, that's one of the ones I just circled for having a little bit of rotation, but there's contaminated radar data in there, so it's hard to get a great picture on exactly what's going on with it. But these are the 3 storms that have a little bit of rotation to pay attention to. The one near Clearbrook maybe has the best chance, as it is the most discrete. It's the southernmost of all of them. I don't know exactly what the environment around it looks like and where the most favorable conditions are right now, but in general, this storm, in terms of the radar presentation on the map right now, looks like it's got the best shot. It's also got a very clear RFD that's establishing itself. And if we take a cross section here, I can find that it's going to have some sort of bounded weak echo region here. If I can get, there we go. Oh, what'd I do? We can see that rainbow of colors on the left-hand side of your screen here. There it is. So you can see that it's got that bounded weak echo region indicative of a rotating updraft. The question is it a rotating updraft capable of producing a tornado? I would think no, but there's a lot of contaminated radar data in here. Thank you. That storm wants to head into Bemidji. But doesn't know what it wants to do. Now I see why FGF is hesitant about forewarning it. Yeah, definitely a little bit of contaminated data in there. What you're seeing here that, a lot of times when you see blues and reds like this, an alarm bell goes off in your head. Like, man, you got really strong and really tight rotation here, but this is contaminated data. So we can't get a great idea of exactly what the storm looks like. It wouldn't shock me to see it get tornado warned, though. It's that RFD is developing more and more by every single radar scan. You can see it starting to wrap around here more and more. This is probably the most realistic picture of what that rotation actually looks like that we've seen in the last handful of scans. Yeah. That would make the most sense. Yeah. So what I'm looking at, we have the brightest greens over in this area because they would be heading right towards the radar unit, which is back off in that direction to the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Then things get kind of fuzzy here as the air starts to go a little more southerly. And then your inflow would be kind of up in this area, but you can't see that on radar, of course. South Fargo is going nuts with wind right now. Where like Pelican Rapids, that wouldn't shock me. That looks pretty insane, actually. Something going on out there. Some sort of I don't honestly know. Some sort of a boundary, essentially, that's kicking out really strong winds near Pelican Rapids. Probably back towards like Oxbow, Barnesville, maybe. Areas like that. Yeah, the Clearbrook cell is most certainly got a hook. It had a very low, very weak one earlier, but it is getting more and more organized by the minute here. That one near Clearbrook. I don't think it's going to head towards Bemidji. I think it's going to stay to the north of there, something like this. We're camping near Effie, Minnesota for the rodeo on Highway 6 in between Big Falls and Big Fork. Do I need to be nervous? I have a toddler and also 34 weeks. Got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. I'm going to guess that it's for the Clearbrook cell. What'd you say? You're between Big Falls and Big Fork? Is that what you said? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would definitely be, I would have your head on a swivel for the storm that's just to your west. You said near Effie, right? Which is right here. This storm, I would definitely be keeping a close eye on here. As one that could pose some problems for you. So I would definitely make sure you're getting ready for that. Patch that tent down. Make sure you're well dug into the ground there. Yeah, I would definitely make sure you're ready for that. This one could still be producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some small hail. It had some rotate. The problem is I want to give you a really good answer for this. I do. But we're in a radar hole here. The lowest level that I can get to look at this storm is around 10,000 something feet. Where are we at? Okay. What's going on? Did the Duluth radar just like quit on me? What just happened? Let's try that again. Okay. Man, that made me nervous. Yeah, the lowest image we can get is a Duluth radar at around 9,500 feet here. And unfortunately, we just can't get a great look at this storm. There's definitely some hail in there at the upper levels. The question is it making it down to the surface? I think most likely not. The storm looks like it's starting to fall apart. These echo tops are starting to get lower. Essentially, that means the storm is starting to not be quite as tall. It's starting to shrink a little bit vertically. So that means a couple of things. One, it means that tornado threat is definitely going to be lower and that hail threat is definitely going to be lower. But what it also means is that you're going to have localized stronger bursts of wind as all that mass comes crashing to the surface and has to spread out in all directions, essentially. So I would definitely be ready for some stronger gusty winds near Effie. Also some rain out there as well. Maybe a couple isolated small hailstones. I wouldn't expect much. Oh, you're in a camper. Okay, so that's good. That's a much better situation than a tent. When it comes to hail and wind, anyway, it doesn't really do much for you in terms of a tornado, but you should be okay on that front. There is still some rotation in there. It's just really not that impressive to me. In general, though, I think this storm is really. I'm hoping it's gonna just skim you, and kind of go like this path. That's kind of my hope. But you might catch at least the northern edge of this storm here. So make sure that you're ready for that. We did get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning on our Clearbrook storm, by the way. That one is tagged for up to tennis ball sized hail. And there's quite the hook that is forming in there. We can take a volumetric scan of this storm and you can see, hang on, I'll do a little better job than that. We can see this was actually a few radar scans ago. This is not the most recent scan. Either way, you can still see that bounded weak echo region in there with that little rainbow in place on the left-hand side. You can see these magenta values getting lofted decently high into the air here. Maybe upwards of 30,000 feet. I would imagine on the latest radar scan, if we could have it, it would be looking a lot higher than that. Looks like now we're getting, no, actually that's still about it. Maybe to 35,000 feet. But this one's still continuing to grow. It's a younger and smaller storm here. Chukasoba, good to see you. She Fishes, Minnesota. Make sure that you stay safe out there and have multiple ways to receive alerts, by the way. Make sure you got EAS notifications on your phone and the phones of everyone else that you might be with. Now, this one may be a little bit more interesting just to the east of High Landing. Still contaminated data in there. All right, Kaysen, enjoy your night. And it looks like our rotation that was near Thief River Falls is not really going to be an issue, so that's good. But still a pair of discrete or semi-discrete supercells out here that I'm watching. One just east of High Landing and another one just north of Clearbrook. Those are going to be the two to watch for that potential tornado risk for the rest of the night. We could still see a random tornado risk or a random spin-up tornado embedded in one of these clusters of storms later in the evening. But that's a lower probability. Storms out here in South Dakota, still kind of strong, producing some gustier winds for sure. Other than that, nothing majorly concerning. You can see this boundary that they've been interacting with, that they're yanking down towards the south here. That's come all the way from up here just south of Jamestown, North Dakota. It's just been yanking that boundary down to the south. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning in place for Pima County, Arizona. That one's out here, kind of in the middle of nowhere. I mean, there's literally like nothing here. This is a town that has no buildings. So. Must be peaceful. I respect it. See if we can get that latest scan here of our storm near Clearbrook. Okay, we got a later scan, but not the latest scan. Actually, this might be the exact same one I was just looking at. Might be the exact same one, actually. I see. A little worried about the rodeo grounds in Effie, oldest and biggest rodeo in Minnesota. Weekend long, hundreds of people camping there, and the horses and cows. Yeah. I assume it's tomorrow. If you have multiple days before the rodeo, then you'll probably be okay. If it's tomorrow, then I understand a little bit of concern for sure. There's a lot of precipitation, regardless of any storms. A lot of stratiform rain in general, just like general rain showers that are out in that area too. So there's obviously Minnesota's the land of the lakes. You know, there's a lot of lakes, a lot of streams, a lot of creeks and tributaries. So all that water could pose an issue for you guys. What's going on with that Canada storm? We'll check in on it. Still tornado warned, expires in 28 minutes. None of this has been confirmed. But velocity data is still coming in very, very contaminated. To me, it really doesn't look like there's much of anything here with this storm, to be 100% honest with you. That's the only one cloud spot right now? What do you mean? I'm really interested in what's going on out here to the southeast of Fargo, by the way, where we have some very strong winds, some sort of a boundary that's rolling through like Pelican Rapids, maybe towards Dent. And this one's producing winds. I mean, this is pretty high in the air, to be fair, but could easily be producing like strong, you know, maybe 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts at the surface. The rodeo started tonight. Okay, so it's through the weekend. I got you. A whole US map, it's the only one. Why? What do you mean? Yeah, what is that? Mikey, good to see you in the chat. We may be done with the tornado warnings for the day, but again, I'm still worried about this storm that is just northeast of Clearbrook. Also concerning the one east of High Landing. Those are really the two to watch. People's phones all went off at the same time a few minutes after 5 p.m. when it started. Lots of people definitely panicked. Yeah. It's definitely, it's extra concerning when you're in an area that's in such a bad radar hole. Lots of power outages from the Thief River Falls storm. Yeah, this one's a windbag for sure. So that doesn't really surprise me. This one's going to continue to knock out power. We can take a look at lightning, by the way. You can see it's also very electrically active. It only takes one lightning strike at an inconvenient location to knock out the power for an entire area. Are you talking about this? Yeah, I assume this is what you're talking about. I really honestly have no idea what this is. I'm gonna shoot a message to Matthew Capucci and see if he's around and happens to know what that is, because I personally do not know what this is, and I am not. My pride is not too strong for me to reach out to other meteorologists who may know what it is. But regardless of what it is, it's most certainly producing some gusty winds for some reason. It's almost like we have some sort of like a localized low pressure system here at the surface. Or actually, this would be a high pressure system rather, because we're going clockwise around it. This is so bizarre. Really strange. Really, really strange. Some sort of maybe a high pressure system at the surface. Just yanking those winds around in a circle. I really don't know what that is. We do have a larger severe thunderstorm warning that was put in place here a couple of minutes ago, by the way, and our considerable was dropped on the Thief River Falls storms. So now we have these larger, or this new larger severe thunderstorm warning out for Red Lake Falls and Oakley, for example, or Ockley. That one's going to be including Pennington, Polk, and Red Lake counties in Minnesota. Weather warfare. That's actually hilarious. That could be an awesome Call of Duty game. Oh, it is Oakley. It is Oakley. Okay. Like Oakley makes more sense to me because like the word okay, of course, is said okay, not I don't know, not okay. But also Oakley, when I think of the word Oakley, I think of Oakley. Yeah, Oakley like the sunglasses. Yeah. Also like Oakville, for example, is like a suburb of St. Louis, south of town. And that's OAK, like Oakwood. I think the storm near High Landing is less of a concern. Although I will say, I don't know if this is perhaps an inflow stinger that's beginning to show up on radar. If it is, then that would be more concerning. But those winds don't look particularly concerning here. But yeah, no, that was definitely just some weird radar artifact that was showing up there. But this one's still one to watch. The one to the northeast of Clearbrook is the most concerning storm on the map for me, though. And both of those storms are considerable severe thunderstorm warned for up to 2-inch to 2.5-inch hail. I think the weather radios are eerie, man. Like, I don't know. Tornado sirens are eerie too. And like the EAS notifications can be kind of eerie. I don't know. I'm kind of used to the EAS notifications on your phone, but like, I don't know. The storm's really hooking out pretty well, by the way. And it is grown in those echo tops. It's still a young storm. It looks like it might have an issue with the cell near Leonard beginning to pop up. And you can see it's really not towering that tall here. It's only grown about 5,000 feet in the last 10 to 15 minutes. But this little cumulus bubble near Leonard could cause a problem here for this storm. If it's able to just swallow this little cell and then get back to work, it could still become tornadic here. But in general, this could be an issue for this storm, which would be a good thing, obviously. Back in South Dakota, by the way, we did get another severe thunderstorm warning for the cell near Forbes and Frederick. That one is tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and a 1-inch hail. It's behind that boundary that's been getting dragged down to the south here. Clearbrook storm is giving me the tornado tingles. That's real, Mikey. I'm worried about this little cell, this little cumulus near Leonard. Your ringtone for your girlfriend's the EAS tone? That's diabolical. That is actually diabolical. The EAS used to scare me as a kid, but it doesn't bother me much anymore. The OG Tom voice, which is what we have on our overlays when we get tornado warnings, by the way. The OG Tom voice, that one was always a little eerie when I was a little kid anyway. But now it's like kind of nostalgic to me, to be honest with you. I'm charging my weather radio because I'm supposed to get yet another potential tornado outbreak in Western Pennsylvania on Monday. Yeah, I don't know if tornado outbreak is really in the cards for Pennsylvania, but a couple isolated tornadoes most certainly possible out there in Western Pennsylvania on Monday. I think the center of the severe weather is going to be back towards like Ohio and Indiana on Monday. Haven't missed a call since. Yeah. For some reason, weather radio's alarming for watches at 2 a.m. scares me. The slower watch siren is creepier than the warning siren on them. That's fair. We are getting right near the melting layer here, so we're about to start running into radar interference and contamination here with our Clearbrook cell. I think Tornado Alley has officially moved to Pennsylvania. All right, bro. Certified true. Look at this hail spike coming out here on the storm near Leola and Frederick in South Dakota, by the way. Monstrous hail spike. Now, keep in mind that this is from the Mayville radar and not from the closest radar unit. So what we're seeing here is at around 15,000 feet. But still, at 15,000 feet, a massive hail spike coming out of this storm. We did just get an upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, I would imagine, I think it's for this storm, for hail, actually. Yeah, it is. We just had an upgrade for hail for that storm, up to 2-inch hail now. Kind of right on cue. How bad do I think the tornadoes could get in Northwest Ohio? I wouldn't rule out an isolated strong tornado. I wouldn't expect to, I'm not expecting like a tornado, like an outbreak of strong tornadoes or anything like that, but I definitely wouldn't rule out. Yeah, look as we go up in the tilt angles from the Aberdeen radar here. Just a monstrous hail spike coming out of this cell. My goodness. There is absolutely some large hail in the middle of the cell for sure. Man, it's coming into contact with multiple hail zones here. You have 2 different scatter spikes. This is crazy looking. Wow. Still getting a hail spike up to 32,000 feet in the air on this storm. Definitely a strong storm here. Even at the slightest resemblance of a hail spike here at the lowest tilt angle at around 1,500 feet. So this is a heck of a hail core here. Let's take a look at it. Whew. Look at that. A nice, oh, there we go.
A new tornado warning.
So we just got a new
has
tornado
been
warning
issued.
in Minnesota. I'm assuming it's for the Clearbrook cell, but just really quick, look at this ridiculous hail core. A nicely sheared environment. You see these silvers and grays getting thrown into the mix here, super high up into the air. Super, super high up into the air. This is a very, very strong hail core here for sure in South Dakota. And this is just to the northwest of Aberdeen. Whoop. All right, let's jump to our tornado warning. This was a confirmed tornado near Clearbrook. So we do have a confirmed tornado near Clearbrook. This was confirmed by weather spotters here. So we do have confirmation on a tornado. So confirmed tornado in Minnesota. The tornado tingles were not wrong, Mikey. They were not wrong. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground in Minnesota right now. So this is going to be for Beltrami and Clearwater counties. This is just to the east of Clearbrook, just to the northeast of Leonard. This is a younger supercell. It's not a huge supercell. It is definitely dropping some hail, up to golf ball sized hail with this storm. It's eventually going to be moving towards areas like Pupasky and Ten Strike. Maybe just north of Turtle River or just near Black Duck. So a confirmed tornado here in Minnesota right now, Beltrami and Clearwater counties. And again, I don't know how long this is going to last. There's another cumulus bubble here near Pinewood, and this could cause some problems for this storm and hopefully suffocate that inflow and stop this tornado. So yeah, a stronger supercell out here. And again, this cell has persisted for a little while now. It is the most discrete cell on the map. And a while ago, we talked about it as having the best chance to produce a tornado of anything on the map for the next, for the foreseeable future anyway. And I think that's still going to remain the case. I still don't even think the storm up in Canada is particularly concerning up here. And this is in Manitoba. There's a lot of contamination in the velocities, but there's still a tornado warning in place for another 11 minutes here, where nothing has been confirmed on that storm. But we do have a confirmed tornado just to the east of Clearbrook in Minnesota. Oh, that was a while ago. So if you are, if you are in this tornado warning, you definitely need to be making sure that you're getting to a storm shelter, a basement, the interior-most room of a sturdy structure. Put yourself in a bathroom away from windows, put a mattress over yourself in the bathtub, do whatever you got to do to put as much between you and a possible tornado as you can. Regardless, tornado or not, even if the tornado has lifted, this is still a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, producing up to golf ball sized hail, if not even potentially larger than that. How do you think Bemidji will fare near the lake? This is probably going to stay just to the north, so like areas like Turtle River. So here's where your tornado is, and it's going to be moving down in this direction. So most likely downtown Bemidji will be okay, but just to the northeast of town, right up the highway towards Turtle River, that's where this is headed. Regardless, if you're anywhere in the path of this tornado warning, you definitely need to make sure that you are putting yourself in as safe of an environment as possible if this tornado does come your direction. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. This is not just a tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. It was confirmed as of 5 minutes ago. And it looks like this tornado was actually on the ground at 8:55 p.m. And Reed Timmer is out there on it. Yeah, and this is right near Clearbrook, Minnesota. So apparently for the last like 20 minutes almost, this has been a tornado on the ground, or at least had been on the ground at some point. So definitely a concerning situation here with this storm. Again, we can't really get radar confirmation on it, as the closest radar imagery we have is at 9,000 feet in the air, as we're in a radar hole. But Reed Timmer is out there on this storm, as are a handful of other folks. Apparently, a storm chaser has been sent into a ditch on this storm. And there is video of it from Jordan Hall. Oh my goodness. Yeah, definitely a weak, like a relatively small, somewhat weak and brief tornado. And this was just northeast of Clearbrook, Minnesota, a while ago. So this video was posted 3 minutes ago, but I believe this was like 20 minutes ago that this happened. Yeah, Molly, definitely stay safe. If you're just south of Turtle River, definitely make sure that you are staying safe. Get yourself into a basement, interior most room of a sturdy structure, bathroom, put a mattress over yourself, get in the bathtub, whatever you got to do. Again, this is a tornado that was on the ground. Now, it doesn't seem like it was a particularly large or strong tornado, but a tornado nonetheless. And it was confirmed on the ground at least at around 8:55, and then once again at around 9:07. So to be determined whether or not this was one continuous tornado that's been on the ground for a little while, or if we just had multiple brief tornadoes with this storm. But either way, we just had a suction vortex that tossed a storm chaser halfway into a ditch just to the northeast of Clearbrook not long ago with this storm. I'm in the Polygon. I got the WEA about a minute after my weather radio is alarmed. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, everyone was okay. The storm chaser, the vehicle just kind of spun around. I have the video clip. I'm going to drop it in the chat here. Here's that video clip. The chaser's perfectly fine. I think the vehicle's fine too. It just kind of spun him around, thankfully. But if there was ever an advertisement for, why it's not a good idea to just drive directly into a velocity couplet when you don't have a visual on anything, that's a good advertisement for why you don't do that. So I'm very glad that they're okay. Definitely still rotating on this guy, though. We easily could still have a tornado on the ground with this storm. Again, this was confirmed only 9 minutes ago. And it was first reported by Reed Timmer at 8:55 p.m. No, yeah, Jordan Hall was not the one who got spun. He was the one who was filming it and was like right behind the person that got spun around. The guy that got spun around looked to be completely okay. He was laughing about it at the end of the video. It looked like the vehicle doesn't even look damaged. He was still like partially on the road. Like his front left tire was still on the road. So I think he was okay. Probably just a little scared. But I'm sure he's fine. We did get a new upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning out here. That's going to be for the storm near Red Lake Falls, as that one is beginning to try and organize itself into a supercell here. So we had a large cluster of multiple cells throughout the Thief River area, northwest Minnesota, and it's congealed into one dominant updraft, so it appears. So Red Lake Falls could be another area to watch. There's definitely some rotation in there. It's actually anticyclonic rotation, it seems like. Wait, what? I think that is correct. So there's anticyclonic rotation going on near Red Lake Falls. And that one's got golf ball sized hail with it. It's not tornado possible tagged. I don't know if it would be capable of producing a tornado. I don't think it is. It's definitely not right this second, in my opinion anyway. And I don't think it will particularly become capable of producing a tornado. But definitely an interesting one to watch. This tornado was still confirmed as of 1 minute ago. So this is still a confirmed tornado on the ground here. And it's just in Beltrami County now. It's no longer in Clearwater County. So Leonard, Clearbrook, you're out of the woods. Pinewood, you're also mostly fine. This tornado is like just to your north if you're in Pinewood. So still pay attention. Pupaski and eventually towards Turtle River and 10 Strike. That's where this guy is headed right now. So you got to make sure that your head's on a swivel, putting yourself in a safe situation, a basement, a storm shelter, away from windows, interior-most room of a sturdy structure on the lowest floor, a bathroom, whatever you got to do. When did that happen? Yeah, that was with the confirmed tornado just a few minutes ago. Just around probably 15 minutes ago or so. Lulums. So again, still a tornado on the ground as of what, 3 minutes ago? 3 minutes ago, and this was located near Island Lake in Beltrami County. Do I think these severe watches will get extended until midnight Central Time? Probably not. They might. The tornado watch probably won't. The severe thunderstorm watch, maybe. It looks like the cell near Red Lake Falls is really trying to get organized here. So that's going to be one to watch over the next like 5 to 10 minutes. See how it progresses. Still a confirmed tornado though. Beltrami County, Minnesota. Still watching all this seemingly contaminated data going on here, by the way. To the northeast of Oakley. North of Clearbrook is where this one would be. It seems like a lot of contaminated radar data with that one. Everything's getting messy quickly, though, because we're moving further into a radar hole by the second here. So is that north? Is that close to northwest Bemidji? Yes. Yes, it is. It is literally just north of Wilton. So here's where Bemidji is. Here's a greater Bemidji area. And this tornado would be somewhere in this area over here. Continuing to move off towards the Turtle River area. So again, if you're in this polygon, you got to make sure that you are taking this one seriously. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Last time it was confirmed was 5 minutes ago. Still confirmed by weather spotters. It was first confirmed on the ground at 8:55. So whether we've had multiple tornadoes or one long-lasting tornado, regardless, we're still looking at a storm that's been at least on and off producing tornadoes for the last like 30 minutes almost. So this is definitely a strong storm and one that we got to continue to pay close attention to. And we're dealing with interference in the radar right now. So we can't get a great picture on this storm as we're getting some bright banding here with the melting layer. But we're still going to follow this. I know there's some storm spotters in the area. I'm going to see if I can find maybe any kind of like a traffic camera in this area. Yeah. Not finding anything super useful. I'm going to throw this one. In slot 3 for a second. Let me just move this up. So what you're seeing at the bottom left of your screen right now is I'm gonna big cam this for a second. This image here is a still image that was taken near Red Lake not terribly long ago. And this is right in the area where this storm is at. Still looking at the camera out in Denver just for fun. In the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Yeah, Bemidji should be fine in general. This is going to say north of town, but again, like the greater area, areas like Turtle River or 10 Strike, still in the path of a confirmed tornado. We do still have a significant hail producer going on, by the way. Whoops. In South Dakota. And this one's near Westport. We can see as we go up in the tilt angle, some more of these hail spikes starting to show up. That's what we're looking at here. So these hail spikes showing up, definitely a hail producer out here. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning tagged for up to 2-inch hail. And obviously, we're most concerned about the confirmed tornado that would be right near Pupaski right now. Okay. Bam saying, what's up, Will and company? Good to see you. Keep grinding. Good to see you as well. I hope you're staying safe right now. We do have a confirmed tornado warning up here in Beltrami County in Minnesota. In the bottom left-hand corner, still looking at traffic camera out of Denver, Colorado. Just kind of for fun. We don't really have any good cameras out here in Minnesota. We do have another considerable severe thunderstorm warning I'm watching pretty closely. This one's near Red Lake Falls, Oakley, Plummer. They just issued a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning for that storm. Going to last over an hour here. Up to 60-mile-per-hour winds with that. Still looking at near Plummer, a little bit of that hail threat. So as this storm continues to shift off to the southeast, that'll be the main area for that possible hail. But again, this was a confirmed tornado on the ground as of 10 minutes ago. It was first confirmed at 8:55 p.m. So we did have either one longer tracked tornado or multiple short-lived tornadoes that have been lasting for the last 32 minutes, just about. So this is one that you got to take seriously. It's headed right towards Poposky or 10 strike. Marissa turning, nothing on the ground yet. No, we have had a tornado on the ground for like the past 30 minutes about. So if you're in this area in Beltrami County, you got to make sure that you are taking this one seriously. Alan Madness saying hello from Red Lake, Minnesota. Hello, I hope you're doing all right out there. A lot of lightning out here in Minnesota, northwestern Minnesota, really. A lot of lightning with these storms, especially really from like Bemidji and Black Duck all the way back closer to Grand Forks, this whole area up here. We've had a lot of clustering in that area as well, with a lot of storms grouped up on top of each other. And it looks like we've had one dominant updraft emerge from the rubble here, and that one's near Plummer. Still watching this for a possible new area of tornado genesis to pay attention to. I'm not really concerned about it right now. It's something that we need to watch closely, though. It has been organizing itself over time here. Near Poposky, still looking at a tornado on the ground. Oh, there we go. Okay, they've downgraded it. So as of 2 minutes ago, no longer a tornado on the ground, according to the National Weather Service. In Fargo, you should be okay. Nothing really going on in Fargo for the rest of the night, I don't believe. Of course, here's Fargo down here. Nothing going on out there right this moment, anyway. But our tornado warning has been downgraded to a standard tornado warning, no longer a confirmed tornado on the ground. But we did have a tornado on the ground, at least at some point, multiple times, or one long track tornado over the course of about 30 minutes. So a pretty long duration of that confirmed tornado warning there. Again, we don't know if this was one long track tornado or if it was multiple tornadoes. And again, the storm could produce another tornado at any moment, but we do have confirmation as of 3 minutes ago that there is no longer a tornado on the ground. As of 3 minutes ago. But it could produce another tornado at any point. Rain. Yep. A lot of rain in Minnesota. A lot of stratiform rain in Minnesota in general. Let's check in on our Canada storm. It was downgraded. No longer a tornado warned storm here. And again, the velocity presentation really hasn't impressed me at any point with this, but there's a lot of contaminated radar data here. And this is, again, in Manitoba, by the way, for those who don't know where we're looking at. Kind of right across the border, really, of Manitoba and Ontario. east of Winnipeg. No tornado warning there in Canada anymore. And we do no longer have a confirmed tornado on the ground right this moment, which is great news. But this is still a storm capable of producing a tornado. This warning has 13 minutes remaining on it. It's going to last through about 9:45 local time here, Central Time in Minnesota. Still looking at a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail for this storm near Plummer. And that one's going to continue on towards the southeast, towards Brooks, Oakley, and Trail. Generally, a wind risk associated with all of these storms out here, a lot of lightning with them as well. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning really ought to be lifted for golf ball size hail. It has about 12 minutes remaining on it, but probably doesn't need to be there anymore as the storm has moved a little bit out of that polygon. Alan Madness saying, waves of rain came through Red Lake Reservation not long ago. Still raining pretty hard right now. Lots of lightning and thunder. Oh yeah, I believe you. Still waiting on storm here by Turtle Lake. I'm going to be so mad if I have to go water my plants after all. So much lightning, though. Is Turtle Lake north of Turtle River, or where exactly is that at? Because Turtle River here, the storm is going to pass. It looks like the storm is pathing just to the north of Turtle River. You'll still get some rain in Turtle River, so it appears anyway. There is, well, we will see if we lose power here. Transmission lines north of town might be knocked down by the tornado. Wow. Turtle Lake is north of Turtle River. Okay, well, that's good. If you want rain in Turtle Lake, you're more likely to get it if you're north. But again, that's also not good because it puts you in the path of this tornado warning. So, and again, this could still produce another tornado at any point, really. And it would be right over Poposky here and headed towards, like, basically 10 strike. And this is Beltrami County, still a tornado warning here. Yeah, I don't get Turtle Lake on my map, it appears. Still a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota. All of our other severe thunderstorm warnings have been lifted in South Dakota. This is just going to be for up to tennis ball size hail. I say just, as if tennis ball size hail isn't pretty significant, but still some very, very large hail out near Westport, Columbia, just north of Aberdeen here in South Dakota. This is in northern South Dakota. Other than that, just looking at this cluster of storms and semi-discrete storms all in an area here in northwestern Minnesota from east of Grand Forks all the way through Black Duck. We did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And I think that one's going to be out in South Dakota. I'm assuming it's a continuation of our Aberdeen storm. So this one's going to include this type of region, I'm assuming, is what we're about to see pop up on the map here. For a downstream considerable severe thunderstorm warning, still tagged, I'm sure, with at least golf ball size hail, if not up to tennis ball size hail. We're going to wait a second here and wait for that polygon to populate on the map so we can talk about it. There it is. So there's that new polygon on the map here. So it is going to include Aberdeen, Bath, Groton, Stratford. That's about it out here in South Dakota. This is all contained within Brown County, and this one is going to last for about another 38 minutes. Still near Poposky, still looking at some rotation in there. Again, the closest radar view we can get is around 11,000 feet or 12,000 feet even. So it's really hard to have a good picture on this. This is part of the reason we need storm chasers in certain areas of the United States where radar coverage is very poor, because we can't issue good tornado. And by we, I mean the National Weather Service. It's difficult or impossible to issue 100% accurate tornado warnings when you don't have enough data to work with. Oops. I'm just going to sit here and play this radar loop for a little while so we can watch the progression here. And that tornado warning was just lifted, by the way. So no tornado warnings on the map now. But again, there is still rotation in this thing for sure. Can't really have a good radar picture of it. Braden W, Severe Weather Center, I see you in the chat. How you doing? Bemidji Weather, I see rotate. Yeah, there is still some rotation in here, but you got to keep it in mind. You got to take it with a grain of salt, right? Because you're looking at 11,500 feet in the air, right? You're not looking super low level here. So it's not one of those things you can look at this and be like, oh my gosh, this is definitely producing a tornado. And even then, your gate-to-gate rotation is not incredibly impressive here. And it looks like it's actually downtrended perhaps just a little bit. But again, I would have been fine with them maintaining that tornado warning for a little while, to be honest with you. But I'm also not upset that they canceled the warning. It's just one of those things, I guess. Summer Dragoness, enjoy the rest of your night. Good to see you tonight. I want to see if that thing, okay, that business near Fargo is no longer there. I'm going to pull radar frames back, so I want to look at this again. I'm really intrigued by what this was. Here it is. So we had some weird feature showing up on radar here. Back near Pelican Rapids, excuse me. Where we had some sort of strange looking precipitation on the map. Perhaps not even precipitation, really, just some amount of energy being returned to the radar unit here, which most certainly included some gustier winds at the mid levels at around 8,000 feet or so. This was really odd. I really don't know what this was. I was sitting here puzzled looking at it for a little while. And by the way, our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in South Dakota, I think, have been downgraded. Oh, never mind. I'm stupid. I forgot I was looking back in time. I was like, what? I was like, what in the world happened there? Still looking at a hail spike in place near Aberdeen. So still a storm producing some stronger or some larger hailstones. You can see that hail spike really showing up when you go up in the tilt angles from the Aberdeen radar site here. So most certainly producing some large hail out here. And the storm is still tagged for up to tennis ball sized hail. So tennis balls made of ice falling from the sky. That stuff can deal some serious damage. So if you're out there in areas like Aberdeen and Bath, definitely make sure that you're taking this one seriously, as it could be a very dangerous situation for anyone who's in its path. I think that is all contamination on radar. I'm assuming you were talking about what I was talking about earlier, this storm over here. That was formerly tornado warned. It's definitely not contaminated radar data. There's definitely some rotation in there. The problem is just that the data that we're getting is very high in the air. We're looking at it around 12,000 feet in the air. Because we are in the middle of a radar hole. We really need a radar like in Bemidji, to be quite honest with you. That would kind of solve the northern Minnesota crisis, for the most part anyway. You'd still have some issues with coverage, but in general, if you had another radar unit in Bemidji, essentially, you'd be adding like a pretty large circle of coverage around it. Something like this. And that would more or less, like I said, it would more or less solve a lot of the issue with radar coverage in northern Minnesota. It would also help down in central Minnesota too. It wouldn't be the solution, but it would help. Braden, my best advice is to just be yourself, man, and don't be trying to go viral. You want to be trying to produce good weather content that is accurately giving the weather to people to help them, stay safe. That's always the goal in meteorology. Going viral is not and cannot be our goal as meteorologists. It's always about that bigger picture. Possibly a little bit of rotation in this, by the way. Never mind. I think I'm losing my marbles. I think we actually might be looking at a little bit of a downburst. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think we might be looking at a little bit of a downburst here. So possibly the storm near Aberdeen beginning to deplete. What we're seeing right here with these two white arrows is wind starting to split off in both directions. You'll see these greens coming towards the radar unit and your reds pushing away from the radar unit. So right in this area, you might have an updraft that's starting to collapse. So all that mass is rushing down to the surface and it's spreading out in all directions, right? So all that hail that's suspended aloft, probably falling down. And a lot of those winds are going to be ramping up in those areas as well. So a possible downbursting scenario out here. I wouldn't be shocked to see a 70 mile per hour isolated wind gust associated with that, because this is a relatively strong storm out here that is what appears to be downbursting right now. You'll notice that didn't exist a little bit ago near Westport, and now you see it really starting to spread apart here. Yeah, I think we're definitely looking at a downbursting scenario here. So possibly a collapsing supercell just to the northeast of Aberdeen, north of Bath, and just near Columbia. And this is all within Brown County in South Dakota. So if you are out there in Brown County, South Dakota, you got to be ready for some gusty winds and some hail, because any of those hailstones that were being suspended aloft are likely now coming crashing down to the surface just to the northwest of Bath, northeast of Aberdeen, southwest of Columbia, southeast of Westport. Thankfully, it's like in the middle of those four towns and not directly over top one of them. I do think generally our tornado risk is really going to fall off a cliff. For the rest of the evening, we could definitely still see an isolated spin-up tornado. We're going to stay with things for a little while longer, at the very least. Yeah, I think we're definitely looking at some sort of a downburst going on out here. Yeah, it looks like things are starting to spread out. Now, to be fair, this storm could still survive it. Most likely it wouldn't, but in theory it could. How bad is the storm up by Bemidji? I think you're going to be okay for now. It was definitely pretty strong earlier, but you can see it's really starting to fall apart. So it seems anyway. This is the one that was producing a tornado earlier near Poposky. I will say it's actually uptrending just to the west of 10 strike. So we could potentially see a new tornado warning for that one. And it did produce a tornado. The one that's right over Bemidji, though, this is a smaller cell that's not really much to worry about. Maybe some very small hail in there. They keep talking about one. I've heard emergency managers petition for one, but nothing ever happens. We need state money and they don't seem to get anything. Oh, you're talking about a radar unit in northern Minnesota. Yeah, there's a lot of issues, a lot of legalities, a lot of hoops to jump through. You need people to maintain the radar unit. You need people to build the radar unit. You need parts to maintain the radar unit. You need, so many different things. You need the funding just to build the radar unit, which is extremely expensive, by the way. There's, like tens of millions of dollars to construct one of those, let alone maintenance and everything. So down to just 3 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map, a considerable out in Brown County, South Dakota, and another considerable out in Pennington, Polk, and Red Lake counties of Minnesota. And then one more large severe thunderstorm warning out here. This one's going to be for Beltrami, Clearwater, Pennington, Polk, and Red Lake counties in Minnesota. The one north of Lavnia is heading your way. We'll report on it. Sounds good. Appreciate that. The job you should be doing is the one you enjoy. I couldn't agree more. If you do what you love every day, it's not work. You're just doing the thing that you want to do. It's the key to a happy life. One of them, anyway. All right, it looks like this storm is continuing to somehow survive a little bit. What definitely seems to be a downburst going on out here. Definitely still looking at more hail just directly to the north of Aberdeen in this area of the storm. Definitely still looking at more hail over there. I'm predicting a new tornado warning for Squaw Lake coming soon. Yeah, I mean, that rotation did uptrend a little bit, but again, I don't know how aggressive they're going to be with this. The thing is with this storm, right? You're looking really, really high in the air. We're looking at 12,000 plus feet in the air where the closest or the lowest imagery we can get on it is. And the National Weather Service didn't even issue a tornado warning on this until weather spotters confirmed a tornado. So they're obviously being conservative with these, with the lack of radar coverage, which is pretty normal. You're 5 miles from that camera. I haven't looked at it in a while. I'll take another look at it here really quick. I think it has updated. Matter of fact, it's actually kind of bright. I think they may have actually, I don't know if this is a camera that has night mode. It probably is, but it's even a little bit bright for night mode. They may have actually caught this frame right on some sort of a flash of lightning. You can still see some rain droplets flying around it here. And this is right near Poposky, which is where that tornado was, or just west of there is where that tornado was anyway. Here in Minnesota, so. This camera, by the way, is coming out of Virginia in Minnesota, the town of Virginia, not the state of Virginia, where there's a lot of stratiform rain is still going on out there, even a little bit of lightning in that area as well, especially just west of town. You should look up Bemidji live cameras. You can see the storm over the lake. I'd love to, but I don't have the licensing for it. I mean, I could take a look at it myself, but I can't show it on air, unfortunately. Don't have the licensing. I'd love to have the licensing, but I don't got that money. I gotcha. Yeah, definitely take a peek. All right, I'll take a look at it. Why not? But unfortunately, I can't show it on air. Lake Bemidji. Oh, yeah. Wow. That's a beautiful camera view, actually. Man, I really wish I could show that. I'm going to just drop the link in the chat. Here's a link to that camera. I'm going to drop it in the chat. I'd love to show it on air, but unfortunately I cannot. But yeah, definitely a pretty beautiful view over the lake there. A lot of lightning near the wonderful town of Bemidji in Minnesota. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning a minute ago, by the way, up here in Minnesota. This one's going to be including Beltrami, Clearwater, and Hubbard counties, as well as Pennington, Polk, and Red Lake. You just saw cloud to ground lightning over the lake. That's pretty impressive. Still watching the rotation near 10 strike here. I don't think this is particularly likely to produce a tornado, but it definitely could. If that tightens up, I should say. I don't think it could right this second. But if, yeah, I mean, it looked better. It looked much better a few scans ago. It looks like that rotation is broadening out and weakening a little bit. So most likely our risk for tornadoes is going to be, for the most part, gone for the night, which is fantastic news. Still looking at some stronger storms capable of producing damaging winds and hail, though, out here between northeast South Dakota and northern Minnesota. Lightning does not always mean a storm is or is not weakening, just so you know, Tyler. Really quick, I wanted to take a quick look at what's going to go on the next couple of days. Here's what we were looking at and working with tonight, with our slight risk up here in the northern Midwest and northern plains. We had that 5% tornado risk with the risk for some strong wind and hail as well. As we go forward into Saturday, we are looking at a marginal risk in place where we could have an isolated spin-up tornado out near the Twin Cities or western Wisconsin. But in general, I'm not really that worried about anything going on tomorrow. But we could see an isolated supercell fire-off, which would pose the risk for a tornado or some large hail. Things aren't exactly favorable out there, though. Then on Sunday, things get a little more favorable, where we're looking at a more robust severe weather environment for Sunday. And that will bring all hazards of severe weather. I think we're looking at more of a wind threat than anything else. We'll definitely probably see at least 1 or 2 tornadoes in there. And then as we roll forward into Monday, I think Monday could be a larger severe weather day in terms of tornadoes out in the Great Lakes region and the Ohio Valley, even back into parts of the Midwest. Even all the way forward into Tuesday, you have a day 5 15% put in place, which isn't super common, but it happens, of course. This is going to be more of a wind-driven event out here in back through the Carolinas and the Mid-Atlantic. And then day 6, day 7, and day 8, nothing issued there from the Storm Prediction Center. A lot of uncertainty still in the forecast. Classic summertime setup. You got to take things day by day in these summertime setups. Hey, I'm in a camper just north of Grand Rapids, around halfway between Grand Rapids and Marcel. Should I be worried at this point? Looks like the Black Duck storm is going to be coming through. I was looking at Marcel earlier, and I'm trying to figure out where it is. There it is. Okay. I was like, I think it's right around here. In general, I'm hoping that these storms are going to stay just like to your north and not really hit you too hard, but you're probably at least going to get some sort of a wind bag that's going to roll on through. Associated with the storms back near Clearbrook. I don't think the Black Duck storm that formerly produced a tornado is going to be particularly concerning for you, but you could definitely still be looking at a pretty solid wind bag coming down towards the Grand Rapids area and just north of it. Again, Marcel up in this area. I'm assuming you would be somewhere in there. So definitely something you need to pay attention to. Given that you're in a camper, you'll probably be okay. I'm not expecting much of a tornado risk. If you're in a tent, I'd be a little more worried. In a camper, though, still going to be some gusty winds that could cause some problems for you. So definitely make sure that you're prepared for that. It's probably going to be another half hour, maybe even an hour until it gets there, though. These storms have a little bit of a ways to go. You can go ahead and slap on a really super technical storm track here, where this little beam It's telling you where the algorithm thinks that this storm is going to be in an hour. I don't think it's going to be going that far southeast. I think it's going to turn a little bit more to its right. So it's going to follow like this type of trajectory, given that it's interacting with some of these storms that want to move towards the east. So in general, I think it's going to get to around somewhere in this area by about an hour from now. So for you, it might be actually just a little bit more than an hour until this storm actually heads your way. Hopefully it just dissipates entirely by then. That would be ideal. But definitely keep your head on a swivel out there. Specifically just wind, lightning, and rain is going to be the main concern. It wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't blow my mind to see an isolated like spin up tornado threat, but I'm not particularly worried about it at all. Grape Slushy Guy says, very knowledgeable channel. Glad I came across your page. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words, and I'm happy that you're here. It takes extra effort, to want to be aware of the weather that's going on. You got to seek out that information. Unless you have a tornado warning and then the sirens go off or goes to your phone, it's forced on you. But generally, you have to seek out that information. So kudos to everybody who tunes into our broadcasts and wants to seek out weather information so they can stay safe and make sure that both themselves and their friends and family can stay weather aware. That is our number one goal. Trying to do as much good in the community as we can. And the number one thing you guys can do to support us is just simply like and subscribe. C. Gray, good to see you in the chat. Dylan saying, I have so many things open. My taskbar is full. Am I cooked? Yes. Yes, you're cooked. Your computer is going to explode. Eags5 saying, yep, right in there. Did the Warren storm through Marcel area earlier produce a tornado? Yes, it did. It did produce a tornado. The reason that you were just seeing broad rotation is because of that radar hole. So essentially, I've talked about this in detail before. I'll draw it out a little bit. Essentially, when you have the radar unit, your little golf ball on a pedestal, I'll draw even the little, like, I'm just being obnoxious at this point. But you have your little golf ball on a pedestal, right? And here's your cloud. This is really not to scale, right? But where you could have a tornado, somewhere in here, for example, you can't always see that on the radar unit because when you're really far away, right, even your lowest tilt angle, which might be, a 0.2 degree tilt angle, for example, or like a 0.4 or 0.5, it might not be able to reach the lowest levels of that storm. In this case, we're in a pretty bad radar hole, so we're looking kind of high in the storm. So if your blue is your area, is your rotation, it's pretty strong in this area, right? But as you go a little higher, it gets a lot weaker and a lot more broad, right? You're seeing more of that mesocyclone. So as you go higher, you're looking at more of a mesocyclone. You're looking less at what's happening with your tornado at the lowest levels. Now, that's not always going to be true. Sometimes you can have a very, very strong mesocyclone where you're going to be able to see that rotation even at the upper levels. But in the case of that storm, we're in a little bit of a radar hole. Definitely really tough situation. Trying to get a picture on these lowest areas of the storm. You just can't get a picture anywhere in that yellow box. And in this case, that yellow box is really like the bottom 10,000 feet right now. Whereas like everything through here is like, I don't even know if you can see this. It's probably off screen. Yeah, it's slightly off screen. I'll draw it on the other side. So anywhere in this region is like 10,000 feet, essentially. So you can't see anything in the lowest 10,000 feet of the atmosphere. That's a big problem, right? Generally, for radar coverage, you want to be as close as possible, but ideally, you want to be looking, somewhere between lower than 6,000 feet. You're in a good spot. You can get a decent idea of what's going on. But when you're getting into the range of like you can't see anything below 6,000 feet, you're in a tough spot. And when you can't see anything in the lowest 10,000 feet, not ideal. Not ideal. That was my wonderful drawing of the night. And all of our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings have been downgraded, by the way, which is fantastic news as well. So just a handful of general severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now. Brown County, South Dakota, Beltrami, Clearwater, Hubbard, Polk, and Red Lake counties in Minnesota. I'm just here because I'm a weather nerd. That's fair enough. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Low-key, I'm at 24% CPU and 88 RAM. I'm chilling. That's a lot of your RAM. So that's a lot of your RAM. So should I be looking more so at CC than storm relative velocity and NROD? So and you have to remember with NROD, it's a derived radar product, right? So it's going to show you some things that aren't entirely accurate. I don't know if I can maybe find a good example of that somewhere in here. Whoops. Yeah, like over here, for example, where you're getting some NROT values being returned by the algorithm over here near Mentor. Oh gosh, I hate drawing in yellow. Near Mentor, right? But in reality, when you look at reflectivity, you're not seeing jack squat over here, right? There's some contaminated clear air data coming back to the radar unit. So you got to take NROT as like kind of your secondary thing. It's got to be your confirmation, right? Whereas your storm relative velocity is what you want to look at. In terms of CC, when you get this high in the air, you'll notice that you get a lot of contamination in your CC. And this is really anywhere from 9,000 feet or higher in this case, but you'll really see it anywhere from the melting layer and higher. You're going to get a lot of contamination in that CC as there's more ice crystals and partially melted, like hailstones, partially melted little ice crystals, things like that. You get a lot of radar contamination in there. So you gotta, it's tough with CC. You need a pretty strong storm to launch debris, or a pretty strong tornado to launch debris high enough for it to show up in, like, for example, if there was a tornado in Pinewood right now, to get like CC values that would show up like you have a tornado and you have a debris ball, you would need to be lofting debris almost 10,000 feet in the air, right? So you need a relatively strong tornado to accomplish that. It wouldn't just be like a spin-up tornado is never going to do that. So you have to look at really all the different radar products and try to do some analysis. I will say that the storm near Trail in west of Clearbrook, and I know this area just got a tornado not long ago. This is really the last storm that really poses any kind of a significant tornado risk in terms of an isolated, discrete supercell. The one near Black Duck and 10 Strike, it still could be problematic. I'm not really worried about it. It's about to get ingested by the windbag that's forming out here from Pinewood back through Redby. So that one's not going to pose as much of a tornado threat here soon. I learned something new. Thanks. Well, you're welcome. That's what I'm here for. LOL, at least all my stuff is on UPS. So if the power goes out, all my stuff will stay up, including you. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I've thought about getting a generator, but like it wouldn't do anything for me, right? Because if I lose power, I'm going to lose internet anyway. It's like, you know, it doesn't really do anything. I'm going to lose everything either way. So what's going on with our Canada storms? Not much. That tornado warning was dropped quite a while ago. In general, those are the only severe storms on the map right now are out near Manitoba and Ontario. We do have an orange, though, I think. Or that's okay. It's not an orange, actually. Interesting. It's a yellow. It just kind of looked orange. Anyway, still a couple stronger storms out there. And the velocities really never impressed me much with any of this, to be quite honest with you. It's just so, the data is just so contaminated. The Canadian radar units just aren't very good, unfortunately. But that's okay. What can you do? When's the full El Nino going to be coming in? We're already in an El Nino, I believe. Thanks for the help. I'm trying to learn how to read radars rather than rely on the Weather Channel app or my phone's weather app. No, I completely agree. Basic like radar literacy is genuinely an important public skill, not for meteorologists, but like for the general public. It really genuinely matters. So I'm more than happy to help. Do you think they could upgrade our threat tomorrow? Maybe they introduce a slight risk. If they get a little bit increased confidence that we could be looking at some sort of a more potent environment where we could get more storms firing off. I think that's the main concern for tomorrow right now is we'll have a decent, like we'll have a discrete supercell mode where you could get those large hailstones and maybe a couple tornadoes, but the likelihood of us actually getting storms to fire off and take advantage of the environment seems pretty slim. So if there is increased confidence that we will actually get storms in that environment, we'll probably see a slight introduced. This storm down here is really becoming a giant windbag bowling ball as well. Out here near Fernie. Not really as much of a hail producer here anymore. Which is good. It was producing some larger hail earlier. But yeah, for reference on tomorrow, we'll get the next update in about 3 hours from now, just under 3 hours. And I think a slight risk could get introduced in this area. So like that's here. I'll draw it a little better. I'm gonna do my own polygon here, I guess. Or not polygon, but like outlook. This area I could definitely see a slight risk getting introduced for a little bit of increased confidence in getting a couple of discrete storms out there. Now, again, keep in mind that I haven't actually looked at any analysis or any models, any maps, any observations, anything in the last, I don't even know, almost like 10 hours now, because I've been working and then I was, eating dinner and then now I'm broadcasting, of course. So, but I wouldn't shock me to see a slight introduced in this area tomorrow. We're also probably going to end up seeing an enhanced risk on Monday, possibly on Sunday as well. Just got back from recording my voiceover. Welcome back. If we did get an upgrade for tomorrow, it would likely be for hail. I tend to agree. I think storms are going to have a tough time trying to produce tornadoes tomorrow. I think that hail risk will definitely be there, though. Update, I did still have to water my plants. That's tragic. But you still have more storms coming your way, though. Like, you're not done. You're about to get some rain. You said you're just north of Turtle River? Like, whoops, keep using yellow. So if you're over here, like you're about to get a bunch of rain. Thanks, Will. I always learn a lot when I watch you. Thanks for the education. Absolutely, Patrick. I am more than happy to do it. In fact, it's one of my favorite things about doing this, being able to talk about weather and help people. The more that the general public understands weather, the easier our job is as meteorologists, right? Because if they have a basic understanding, we can explain things in greater detail and people will have more information versus trying to break it down into like little baby pieces, right? But secondly, I just love it, and I think weather's one of those things, man. It impacts everyone every day, no matter what, unless even if you're staying inside, right? If you have severe weather in your area, it's still going to impact you. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning, I think, in Arizona. Go down there in a second. But weather's just one of those things, man. It impacts everybody every day, no matter what. So the more people know more about it, the better. There's no reason to gatekeep meteorology, right? Like, I'm not out here like, I want to be the scientist. You don't get to know anything. That's not what it's about, man. That's just not what it's about. Bemidji weather saying it. Yeah, I think that the storm north of Soy right now is windbagging, just what Bemidji needs after the 2025 derecho. I'm also seeing an embedded tornado, but I don't know. You can take a look too. What? Oh, Well, we definitely had some rotation really start to pop up in here. This is anticyclonic though. There might be some level of contamination here. Keep in mind that we're within the bright band of the melting layer, within all these purple business going on here. So everything in here is somewhat contaminated, at least to an extent. Now, this could be true radar data, but if it was, this would be anticyclonic flow that we're looking at. So essentially, if you had a tornado, it'd be spinning the wrong direction from what you're used to. But this is more of a windbag to me. I'm not really worried about a tornado threat with this, to be honest with you. This is more of a windbag. Areas like Bemidji, Turtle River, 10 Strike, Black Duck, all of these areas eventually going to get smacked with some stronger winds here. Now, this is not going to produce your what happened for you guys with that derecho. This is not going to be your 2025 derecho. It could produce 60-mile-per-hour winds, though. Maybe up to 70, but I doubt it. You're welcome, Frankie. Thank you for being here. Going to use the bathroom and take a look outside real quick. All right, have fun. Don't get struck by lightning. I appreciate everybody for being here tonight. And again, the number one thing that you can do to support us is just simply like and subscribe. Yeah. Hello, Ben. I'll say it again, though. We also are dropping a forecast video tomorrow morning, not in the early morning like normal. So you don't have to set your alarm at the crack of dawn if you want to check out our forecast video. But we'll be dropping a forecast video tomorrow. That's going to take you through Saturday and Sunday. And then we'll have another one coming out on Monday, which will be my last forecast video for a little bit, as I am going to Scotland for a week and then moving into my new apartment. So I'll be out of commission for about a week, and then I'll be back in action for the foreseeable future. We're going to be getting settled in by hopefully around August 6th. And then I'll be in full force broadcasting every single severe weather event for the most part from there on out. There's not going to be much of any reason for me that I won't be able to, broadcast a severe weather event once we reach that point. Out in Arizona, Cochise, Pima, and Santa Cruz, looking at a little bit of outflow with some of these storms, possibly some downbursting going on here. And these are going to be bringing those potentially 60-mile-per-hour winds. Maybe some tiny hail in there, but most likely not. Still watching the anticyclonic rotation that is holding over multiple radar scans, which makes me think that it's definitely true. So possibly an anticyclonic tornado, in theory, could be possible with this storm here. And if we had that, it would just be west of Turtle River. I doubt that we have one. This is probably just contained to the mid levels, but it's possible. It's possible. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, there's no way, but I doubt it. The rotation is really high up north of Solway, so that means probably not as much rotation lower in altitude. Yeah, so you're kind of right. So what we're looking at here is around 10,700 feet in the air, right, where you have pretty strong anticyclonic rotation. But at the lowest tilt angle, or not the lowest tilt angles, at the low levels, right, closer down to the cloud deck or the surface, we have no idea what things are looking like. Most likely, it's not looking like that. As you go up in the tilt angles here, even if you just go up one or two scans, you can see it really falls apart, that anticyclonic flow. Power is blinking west of town. Well, that storm is west of town right now. It's just about to clip Bemidji, and it's going to continue to head down this direction. So you're still going to get the back end of this. Update, it's raining. Yeah, I told you. Dylan saying, I'm here while editing. Thank you for being here. You've been here all night. Looks like they'll get a good drink. Yeah, if you already watered the plants and now it's starting to become a little bit of a downpour out there and a lot of wind too, they'll be getting some nutrients. Yeah, I'd imagine that camera probably does look pretty cool out there over the lake. I'm gonna open it back up my other monitor. Yeah, it does look pretty cool. It's pretty good quality, that camera too. Very nice camera out there. Cool stuff. I wish we had stuff like that all over the place that I could access. Yeah, I hope your plants are thirsty, Molly. Wish YouTube would let me upload a video in the what to show you my like in the chat. I mean, you could send it to us. We have if you visit our website, we have a submission. Let's see. Yeah, I forgot to move this back up. But we do, if you go to our website at the contact page, you can actually or actually the report weather page, you can click this button. It'll take you to a Google form. You can submit it if you would like to. You don't have to do that. Entirely up to you. It can be a lot of work just for a little lightning over the lake. Still watching this this anticyclonic rotation here though. It has significantly weakened though, so not particularly concerned about it. Four severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now. 1 in Arizona, 2 in Minnesota, 1 in South Dakota. Nothing crazy going on. We do still have a couple of storms out here in Canada, splitting the border between Ontario and Manitoba. But nothing crazy going on with those either. Yeah, I did notice this interesting hook-looking morphology over here a little bit ago. It hasn't really impressed me much. I'll take a little bit of a slice of it here. See that we've got a bounded weak echo region in place for sure. I mean, you can see it there. Got your rainbow of colors that indicates that you have a strong rotating updraft. What if I go the other direction? Will that make it show up less annoying when I do this? I'm kind of playing right now. Yeah, no, it doesn't do anything for me. Well, I guess I could do this. There we go. Flip it around to the other side so it's not like right atop the traffic cameras. Found a weak echo region in place. No need to beat the dead horse there, but yeah, still watching that one. Out near Clearbrook. It's not impressive. I don't think we're going to really have any kind of a tornado threat the rest of the evening. We still could. We still could easily have a random spin-up tornado for sure. Yeah, the storm down here in South Dakota still kicking. It's more of a windbag, but I will say it's not even looking that impressive anymore. Something really interesting though is you can see these like striations here, multiple different waves of wind. Really, really cool. You don't see this all the time. You can see it really clear on your velocities too, that this is clearly just multiple waves of wind. Really, really unique. Something that you don't see all the time out here. So really, really photogenic radar imagery here. Stuff that you don't really get to see all the time. It looks like waves in the sand. I mean, just really, really beautiful. All right, I do have some footage that I can share here in just a second. Go ahead and share this imagery that was sent in, some lightning out here. Sent in by John from Bemidji Weather. Really, really cool stuff out here. A lot of lightning. You can see illuminating the night sky. A couple brighter flashes in there out near Bemidji, Minnesota. You guys can't hear it, but I can hear some of that wind howling out there as well. Really, really cool, really cool video. I appreciate you sending that in, Bemidji Weather. Pettis, I see you in the chat. Good to see you, my friend. Still really cool radar imagery here. Camera looks really cool now. Still watching a little bit of anticyclonic rotation here near Turtle River. Not really anything to worry about. I'm not really worried about a tornado threat with this storm. I don't think it's not tornado possible tagged. I'm not particularly worried about it. These storms are not particularly tall anymore. We're looking at more of a windbag event that'll last for another hour or so this evening. Seeing some possible scud east of town. Oh, yeah, yeah. I'll check in on the storm down in Cochise, Pima, and Santa Cruz counties. This is just to the northwest of Sierra Vista here in Arizona. Kicking out some gustier winds for sure. You can see that outflow boundary really starting to show up on radar here with this storm. Just pushing out in all directions. A couple more cumulus bubbles starting to fire off along some boundary here that still does exist. And it appears to be the same boundary that this Clearbrook storm is interacting with in some type of way. So some boundary there put in place. A couple of cumulus bubbles trying to fire off along it. It's unlikely that any of those storms will really be able to get going given the environment has been largely expended by a lot of storms out here so far tonight. Brittany Barnett, good to see you in the chat. The water fountain is sideways? What do you mean the water fountain sideways? Maybe I need to take another look at this camera. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. It's just really windy. Yeah, giant windbag really rolling through Bemidji right now. Man, I wish I could show this this web camera so badly. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link again to the camera. You can see that fountain just blowing around like crazy out there. You're about to get hit by that pink part in a few minutes. Yeah, so this pink area, this magenta, that's where you're seeing 60 dBz values or higher. So essentially either very large drops of rain or small hailstones potentially. Maybe even larger hailstones, depending on what you're looking at. Probably seeing at least a little bit of hail in the mid-levels. Whether that's making it to the surface or not is to be determined, but our South Dakota severe thunderstorm warning was lifted for that windbag down there, as that one doesn't look quite as strong anymore. You can see it's really starting to kick out all of this outflow just in waves out here. Really, really cool radar presentation, but the storm in general is not quite as strong as it was earlier. We could still see a new severe thunderstorm warning put on it, but in general, these winds are not super impressive anymore. Not much lightning with this one either. Yeah, this storm rolling through Bemidji right now is definitely one to pay close attention to, in terms of possibly a little bit of small hail. In fact, near Lavinia, perhaps a little bit more hail, medium to large size hail possibly in the mix there. The severe thunderstorm warning is tagged for up to 1-inch hail. For the most recent scan here showing some DBZ values coming back to around 73.5. Yeah. Definitely could be seeing some medium to large sized hail in there as well. Maybe up to golf ball size hail, probably around ping pong ball size hail though. And I really wish I could show this camera. A lot of lightning, a lot of wind, a lot of rain. It looks like this the camera now in Bemidji is kind of behind the main area of wind, so now just a lot of lightning and rain. But a couple of minutes ago, at the least here, we were definitely looking at some really strong winds that came blowing through. That the fountain literally was like getting blown sideways. It was kind of cool looking. 24-mile-per-hour gust at the airport in Bemidji, just south of the main storm core. I believe it. Do you guys know if Baudette, Minnesota is going to get hit by a tornado? Because I've been on tornado watch for like 6 hours. I don't think there's really any more of a tornado threat this evening. I don't know where Baudette is. I'm going to find it, though. Oh, Baudette's all the way up here, right at the border. Now, you should be good up there. You're definitely going to be okay in Baudette. I think that tornado watch is going to last another 30 minutes or something like that, if I remember correctly. So, but in general, you'll be okay. I see a lot of folks have joined our Discord tonight, or at least a handful. It is a really good way to interact with both myself and our entire team. We have a really, really great and talented team. So if you got Discord, definitely recommend joining that. One of the moderators will go ahead and put that link in the chat with the bot there. I see Tim did that for you. You're welcome, Brittany. Stay safe out there. And we are seeing DBZs up to 76 near Lavinia right now. So definitely looking at some hail. Most certainly. It wouldn't blow my mind to see this get upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning as a result. This is an old radar scan here. We don't have the new volumetric scan, but definitely looking at some hail out there. Potentially up to ping pong ball size hail, maybe even slightly larger, up to like golf ball size hail. In general, this is our final severe thunderstorm warning on the map, besides the one in Arizona for Cochise, Pima, and Santa Cruz counties. That one down here is only going to last for another 28 minutes, and honestly, I think it's going to get lifted here pretty soon as that outflow is starting to make its way out of the polygon anyway. You can see that outflow boundary there. So most likely that severe thunderstorm warning isn't going to last too much longer. And then our only other one is in Minnesota for Beltrami, Clearwater, and Hubbard counties. This one's rolling right through Bemidji towards Pennington, Cass Lake. It's rolling through Black Duck, just exited the Turtle River and 10 strike area. We did just get a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. This one is now going to include Cass and Itasca counties here in central northern Minnesota. Your power has been going in and out the last 30 minutes? Oh, yeah. Apparently, everywhere north of Bemidji is out of power. Yeah, it doesn't shock me at all. A lot of stronger storms have rolled through this entire area. Of course, we did have a tornado just west between Clearbrook and Poposky earlier this evening. I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but is Detroit Lakes going to get hit? My brother got hit not that long ago, but he's also been on a tornado watch. I think I know where Detroit Lakes is, by the way. I'm pretty sure I've seen that. Yeah, okay. Detroit Lakes is good for the night. Your brother will be okay. And you can ask questions. You can ask as many questions as you want. We don't mind. Yeah, I hope that everybody keeps power and can stay safe this evening. What up, Adrian? Good to see you out there in the chat. Oh, he's in the call too. What up? We are actually getting near the end of things. They did actually upgrade us to ping pong ball size hail, which is kind of what I just said a minute ago. On this frame, I was like, yeah, probably ping pong ball size hail. So looking at up to ping pong ball size hail, I'm sure the downstream one will get upgraded as well to that ping pong ball size hail, or at least half dollar size hail. I got pals to catch in Pal World. I don't have time for a tornado. There you go. Yeah, still looking at some sort of a hail core out here near Bemidji. Here's a look at that. So not a towering storm by any stretch. Only reaching those 60 dBz values around 30,000 feet. So it's not a tiny storm, but not a towering storm either. You can see at the top of this hail core, definitely seeing some larger hailstones in there with those silvers getting thrown into the mix a little bit higher up in the air. How long have I been doing this? Just over a month, like a month and 2 weeks or something like that. So we are brand new. Things have been in the works for quite some time now, but We only launched not that long ago. Just about, I think, like 6 weeks ago or something like that. I don't know. I can look. See, we launched on like June 7th, so it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, just over 6 weeks, almost 7 weeks now. How long am I staying on tonight? Probably not much longer, to be honest with you. We're almost kind of through the severe weather threat this evening. It's starting to get late. We got to film a forecast video tomorrow. But we'll probably stay on about another 20 minutes. Yeah, we'll probably go about another 20 minutes or just under. We'll reach that 4-hour mark on the broadcast, and then we'll probably call it for the night. Not a whole lot else going on. Just 2 severe thunderstorm warnings out here in Minnesota. Actually, 3 for some reason. I guess they issued a new one for Pennington and Black Duck for the back end of this storm for some reason. VC after stream, possibly for a little bit, yeah. Yeah, I'll probably get in the Discord after the broadcast in our Discord for a little while. So if any of you guys want to chat, you can join us in there. And you can join our Discord with the link in the chat. That I'm sure somebody will throw in there for us. It's thundering outside. It's been nasty all day and night. Yeah, I believe you. I assume if you're in Baudette, then those storms are to your north. And they could maybe come your way, but I don't think they're really going to hit you. Most likely they should kind of just continue to track like this and not really hit you. Yeah. Most likely, yep. Okay. I hate it when I accidentally do that. Your power just blinked twice. I'm glad it didn't go out fully. Looks like the storm to the southeast of Aberdeen is continuing to bowl on towards the southeast. It's still not looking super impressive. Could be producing some gusty winds, maybe some very small hail, but nothing really that concerning out there. We're really just looking at the storms in central northern Minnesota. You're thankful that you only ended up getting a little bit of rain. Yeah, fair enough. Some rain might help you guys out with the smoke up there, though. Yeah, we'll stay on air 15 more minutes, and then we'll hop in the VC in our Discord for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then I'm going to bed because I still need to shower, get some good shut-eye this evening. Christian, I see you in the chat. How you doing? Christian 15 weather. I don't know how true, but I heard something about a tornado that went through Bemidji. I mean, I highly doubt it, to be honest with you. I mean, there was a velocity couplet there, but it's upper level stuff, slightly contaminated data. Doing good? Good. I'm glad to hear that. Thankfully, the smoke has been so much better here so far than it was last year. Last year was a catastrophe. Last year was really bad. Yeah, I highly doubt there was a tornado in Bemidji. The original severe thunderstorm warning for this storm is going to expire in 2 minutes, by the way. Big old shelf in Bemidji. Apparently, Reed Timmer is out there in Bemidji right now. Gotta love it there from Reed Timmer. Whoop. That ain't what I meant to do. I'm tired of this Canada smoke all the time. It's like every day. Yeah. Well, for you up there, for sure. It's been like every day recently up in northern Minnesota. I think northern Minnesota had a couple fires of its own that contributed to that smoke, if I remember correctly, from just a couple of weeks ago. Still watching things out here near Cass Lake where we could certainly be seeing up to ping pong ball sized hail, in my opinion. You can see some of these elevated, higher DBZ values, those grays getting returned to the radar unit here. Again, this stuff's really high up, so you got to take it with sort of a grain of salt. You don't know if you're actually getting hail in your hail shaft that's actually fallen down and staying intact like that, but you know. Really quick, I wanted to show our website. You can read about our entire team on our website. We got such an awesome group of people, so many great storm chasers as well, and even more that are going to be added to the website very soon. You can check us out when we're live, which we are right now. You can get in touch with us. You can look at the forecast for your own location. For me, it's going to show up near St. Louis, Missouri. You can see the heat advisory that we have in place, our current conditions, the Storm Prediction Center's risk, and the 5-day forecast, including the Storm Prediction Center's risk for every day. And then you can actually go take a look at the Storm Prediction Center's outlook in our own branding, so it's a little easier to digest, so the colors look a little nicer, and it's all just a little nicer looking. You can navigate this map and even look at counties and things like that too. Of course, right now we're looking out here in northern Minnesota for tonight's severe weather, and you can also see how there was a 5% risk for tornadoes in that region as well. And you can see the risk for every day for the next 8 days anyway. Of course, it's pretty rare that you'll see an outlook on the day 6, 7, or 8 outlooks, but they happen. And you can even see the populated areas, the square mileage and population that are within those regions, and you can read all about it from the Storm Prediction Center if you so desire. Really, really cool stuff that you can do on our website. You can also view our merch store, which is awesome. We're going to have collections for a bunch of our storm chasers on there. Right now, we just have Adrian, but we'll have collections for all of our storm chasers later on. You can get your Cape t-shirt or your Nebraska t-shirt. You can even get our whiteout hoodie. There's so many different items that we have on here right now. A lot of cool stuff. You can get the polos that I wear all the time on broadcast too. Just a lot of cool stuff. And we gain nothing, by the way, from you using our website in terms of the outlook tool and the forecast. that we gain nothing from that. There's no ads on this website or anything like that. Like the reason I talk about the Outlook page so much is because I think it's a really useful tool for helping people stay weather aware. So I like to just talk about it as often as possible and make sure that people know it exists. WillBrattonWx.com. You can visit it for yourself at any time and take a look at the outlooks. You can take a look at the forecast for your location as well. Everything that you need to know. And we have a lot of incredible upgrades to our website that are coming very soon. I'm super excited for those. I cannot wait to share those updates with you. It won't be too terribly long from now. One of the days in the not so distant future. Gotta love a channel who shows off and appreciates their team members. Truth. Actually, we were included in fires, but so far I know we haven't had any fires. So that's good. Yeah, I did say Nebraska, the coveted Nebraska. Wadena is going to be okay down here. They're pretty far south of these storms. Here's Wadena, and everything is up to the north up here, so they'll be okay for the night. Nice chain in the chat. All right, our Arizona severe thunderstorm warning has been lifted. So all we have that is severe on the map is this guy right here. We also do still have a couple of considerable flash flood warnings. This one out here for Apache County near Chinle and Sile. That one is got 2 hours and 10 minutes remaining. We have another one in Colorado for Custer and Pueblo counties. This one has 25 minutes remaining on it, so that's good. That one's not got a ton of time. Down in Arizona, southern Arizona, we're looking at Cochise, Santa Cruz, Pima, and again in Cochise counties in southern Arizona where there is more flash flooding going on. These all have, one of them has an hour, one has 3 hours, two of them have an hour, and one of them has 3 hours remaining. The one near Whetstone has 3 hours remaining. The other ones just have 1 hour remaining. And then finally, Lea County in New Mexico. We have a flash flood warning there as well. That one's only got 25 minutes remaining on it. So most of our severe weather is pretty much done for the night. We're going to stay on air for just about 5 more minutes so we can cross that 4-hour mark. But that's going to be about it. The severe thunderstorm warning on the backside of our storms for areas like Pennington and just east of Bemidji, Hines, Black Duck, Funky. Those that severe thunderstorm warning will probably get lifted pretty soon here, and we'll be down to just 1 with our little bit of a wind bag that's bowling on towards Grand Rapids tonight. The craziness is past us until Sunday, feeling lucky that all we had were 2 blinks. Yeah, I am definitely happy to hear that everyone in Bemidji is okay. That is obviously always our number one concern. I want to provide good weather coverage, but obviously we want to reach as many people as possible. It means we want to grow, we want to do all this and that. We have big goals, but the number one concern is always that everyone stays safe and stays weather aware. That is what we want to do. We want to do charity work, philanthropy, anything that we can do to help people stay weather aware and stay safe. That is the most important thing to us. Your grandma lives in Arizona. I'm pretty scared for her because of the heat, and I'm scared I don't even know. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm sure she's okay. They have air conditioning in Arizona that tends to work pretty well because they deal with the heat, every single year. So most likely your grandma in Arizona is going to be okay. Just maybe shoot her a text or give her a call tomorrow. Check in with her. Apparently there's 10,000 without power in the Bemidji area. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, air conditioning is very important. It allows human beings to survive in areas they otherwise would not really be able to. Sent the outage map in storm reports in my Discord if I want to see it. I do want to see it. Let me take a look. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of folks without power. Man. Yeah, I see that spike up to like almost 11,000 it looks like, man. Yeah, appreciate you sharing that. Still some stronger storms out here. A little bit of a Boeing segment. Got that wind bag. Oh, yeah, I'm using pink. I don't like using anything other than white when I draw over the radar because obviously the radar unit uses every color except white for the most part. So like I don't know, it's so hard to see unless I use white. Anyway, got a little bit of a Boeing segment headed right towards Grand Rapids. Apparently lightning also hit the adjacent Chick-fil-A. Oh, lightning hit your local Walmart yesterday. Wow. It also hit the Chick-fil-A and they were closed all day today. That's actually pretty crazy. Lightning's no joke, man. It's really no joke. Current 4-hour time check. Yeah, we are 1 minute out. We are 1 minute out. We're going to be ending off the broadcast here in just a minute. I do want to say that severe thunderstorm warning has been lifted. So we're just looking at Cass and Itasca counties out here with this wind bag headed towards Grand Rapids. That's the only severe weather threat that we have for the rest of the evening here. We do have a decent amount of lightning with this storm, especially on the southern end of it, closer to Cass Lake. That part will probably be headed kind of towards Grand Rapids or just south of town, maybe towards Reamer or Hill City. But in general, not a ton of severe weather concern, just gusty winds, maybe some hail associated with this little area near Sligt, headed towards Federal Dam, and eventually maybe just south of Grand Rapids or, somewhere near town. Whoops. Let me just do this. Yeah, most likely this the hail risk is going to go south of Grand Rapids, which is good. Always want it, if it is going to exist, you don't want it to go through populated areas. So one last shout to our website. Definitely check it out if you have the chance to get a good look at the Storm Prediction Center's outlooks and the local forecast for your area. It'll give you pretty decent detail of what's going on. The UV, your wind, precipitation chances, your highs and your lows, what the conditions are looking like, and your Storm Prediction Center outlook for your area. And it's just really easy to digest on the Outlook page here. You can just see everything that you need to see, even down to the counties here. So really, really cool stuff. Definitely recommend checking it out. Just a good tool to stay weather aware. We gain nothing from people using it. If you do want to support us, though, the number one thing you can do is like and subscribe. That is by far the best thing you can do to help us out. And I would greatly appreciate it. We have hit 160 likes on this broadcast, so I'm very grateful for that. And I'm grateful that everyone's tuned in with us tonight. If you're not in our Discord, go ahead and join that, because we are going to be hanging out in the Discord call here for another 10 to 15 minutes or so before I head to bed. So if you're not in the Discord server, go ahead and join that. I'm going to put the link in the chat here. So definitely go ahead and join that. And we will be live again, possibly late on Sunday, but for sure on Monday. And we're going to have a forecast video dropping tomorrow. So make sure that you're subscribed and have notifications turned on so that you know when that forecast drops tomorrow. And you can take a look at it, because we are getting more severe weather on Sunday and Monday, even into Tuesday. And there is a little bit of a conditional tornado risk tomorrow across the Twin Cities and western Wisconsin. So definitely something to pay attention to. And then as we roll forward in time on Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, we are looking at more risks for severe weather, including back up into the northern Midwest again on Sunday, into the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes on Monday. And then on Tuesday, back into the Carolinas and the Mid-Atlantic. So a lot of severe weather over the next couple of days. So make sure you're tuning into our forecast videos, both tomorrow in the early-ish morning, like maybe somewhere between 8 and 10 a.m. And then also on Monday, we'll have another forecast video. So make sure you're subscribed and have notifications turned on for that. And that's about all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you guys in the Discord call for those of you who are joining, and those of you who are not. Have a great rest of your night and stay safe out there, everybody.